Dollar General.
You can give to a friend or relative. Just make sure you can afford it.
You should not be giving of yourself and of your assets unless you know you're financially secure.
Jonathan Schenkman of Park Bridge Wealth Management in New York says work on a written agreement that makes the other party give as well as get.
The other party has started a business before, has had income, or if you're giving a gift, let them put some of the money up as well.
I'm Rob Hart.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Every bank talks about service, but WSFS Bank shows it every single day. Locally headquartered and committed to the region for nearly 2 centuries. People in your corner who care about your goals. National capabilities that take you wherever you want to grow. And with the wealth management expertise of Bryn Mawr Trust, your milestones are just a whiskfus away. WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. We stand for service. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender. Bryn Mawr Trust is a division of WSFS Bank.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited-time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law.
Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The heat wave continues. We'll be in the mid-90s today, T-storms this evening, but by Wednesday is the day when the heat wave is broken. We'll still be in the high 80s. But on top of that, you think about heat waves, and then you think about the wildfire smoke is pouring across, yes, into the United States of America from British Columbia, Canada, over the weekend, once again, blowing smoke. And so with this one, it creates beautiful sunsets, but new fires reported across Canada's British Columbia, where a state of emergency, was declared, thousands forced to evacuate once again. And in my humble opinion, part of this is mismanagement. It's bad policy. It's mismanagement. We did not used to have these fires every single year because of management. They would have forest management. But because people say, no, we're going to let nature take its course, really? So, you're looking at the largest fire in that region, by the way. It's called the Bald Range Fire, burned through tens of thousands of acres, beautiful land. And so it just makes me sad to see that. But it affects all of us. It affects your health. And so it blows west to east and affects all of us in this part of the country. So it's terrible, and I think that it is not acceptable. But this haze, if you're seeing that haze, so it goes all the way from, obviously British Columbia, from Canada, and then across the country into the mid-Atlantic, parts of the southeast, where we'll see it dense even through tomorrow and even into Wednesday. We could see this lingering until Thursday. It affects everybody. And our air quality, it's just wrong. And to me, we talk about tariffs. We should tax them on this because of their forest mismanagement. That's my take. 855-839-1210. We'll talk about all of this. If you won nearly $1 billion in a lottery, I was looking up the odds in this one, but I'd love to know, what would you do? Would you still go to work the next day? Would you change the course of your life? Would you tell everybody? Because the experts say that you can learn a lot on what you should do. So we'll talk about it. A lot of people say, take the time, create an LLC or create something, put it in that name. Don't let people know, even people in your own family, even immediate family. Who would you tell? And then, so this is a good one. 855-839-1210. I want to hear what you would do. And around the corner, we'll hear what Dan Borowski would do as well. I mean, the odds are astronomical, as we've talked about it, but I want to get your take. We have a great interview coming up. We'll talk about all of it, the box office, what you did over the weekend. I know I love this summertime music. It's just so hot. We'll be right back.
Good news, drivers. Your favorite car wash has arrived. Flagship Car Wash is now open with 10 convenient locations. Every wash comes with complimentary amenities to help keep your vehicle looking its best, including powerful vacuums, mat cleaners, microfiber towels, and glass cleaner. Clean has never been more convenient. And at select locations, skip the hassle altogether with our interior cleaning service. We'll do the dirty work for you in 15 minutes or less. Come see why more drivers are choosing Flagship Car Wash. Flagship Car Wash, your new favorite car wash has arrived.
Prioritize yourself. and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, you know, we all love a good underdog goes big time story, don't we? We love the underdogs. Which brings me to a true underdog. And I'll read you the Politico headline about my next guest, Justin Murphy. This is that Politico headline. A Republican with no cash wins the nomination to go against juggernaut Cory Booker. They don't even, the main picture they show Cory, they don't even bother to show a picture. They just have a huge picture of the incumbent, right, Cory Booker, Democrat, New Jersey. But they do at least, in their second paragraph, acknowledge that Justin Murphy is a Navy veteran. Yes, the underdog headed into November because he won the Republican primary. But they point out that New Jersey has not elected a Republican to the U.S. Senate since 1972. Ooh. And they say with New Jersey's blue tilt, that trend is not expected to end anytime soon. And they say he has no money. So against all odds, I know. Justin Murphy, welcome to the Dawn Show. Dan and I had a conversation about you, and I know that you called in the other day. We were talking about the data centers, and first of all, I think Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, who's the best. Dan, first of all, we do have to admit we have a soft spot for military veterans like yourself. Am I right, Dan?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So, great background, attorney. Somebody who has served our country honorably, and we appreciate you for that. So you're going up against all the odds. My friend Ken Chase, who founded Conservative Tours, he talks about his famous run against a Kennedy, and he said, well, I was the only one left standing to carry the banner, and I carried it with pride. But we hope that you do more than that, that sometimes when people don't see you coming. So welcome in and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Dawn and Dan, thank you for having me. It's my campaign is greatly appreciative of you having us on, and we look forward to speaking with you and saying hello to your listeners this morning. So thank you for the intro. No doubt, Dawn, we're the underdog. Yeah. We all knew what we were getting into as we got into the primary, but people ask me, how did I win the primary? I had actually had no campaign manager, very little cash. And I joke about an old 4G flip phone that I was using driving around the state to try to win the nomination, and we won. And I have to share with people, I think it's the message. It's the power of a message that we brought that was clear and concise. We articulated it well. It's based. I'm a Reagan Republican. I'm a pro-life Reagan Republican, and we just brought a set of conservative principles to the people of New Jersey, our Republican Party. And we said, look, as you mentioned, we have not won a Senate seat since 1972. So to do that, we need to inspire people to vote for us. And we can only do that if we offer a vision, and a broad Reagan-esque vision of a better tomorrow and what New Jersey needs to do to make some changes with its representation in Washington. And it was enough to win. So we're going to continue to bring, as we have been since the June 2nd primary, our conservative message and platform, which is a better tomorrow, a much better vision of America than what the left is offering. And, despite being so outnumbered and outspent, we can catch Corey napping. He's announced publicly that he's campaigning across the country for other Democrat candidates, of course, with the only hope of winning the House and Senate so they can conduct a third impeachment of Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And I'm busy campaigning in all 21 New Jersey counties. And I think we can catch him napping. New Jersey, we now boast in New Jersey as a Republican Party, the most registered Republicans we've had in the history of our country. We've got almost 1.6 million. We've got a good urban initiative going with one of my opponents, now friends, Rich DeBoer, who's been going to be huge in helping us win this election. And we have a very large block of unaffiliated voters in New Jersey that I certainly don't think are in love with what the Democrat Party has become. So we do have an opportunity to get a message across, and with a low turnout as expected, it's a base-on-base election, and we get the right electioneering and door-knocking game. Who knows? Maybe we can shock the world in November.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I know tax cuts. I mean, we've talked a lot. Obviously, New Jersey property taxes are so high, and the cost of living is so high. So I know that people from New York, where it's astronomical, might still be moving to New Jersey, because it, I guess, keeps things in perspective. But how would you go about that? I mean, how can you really seriously say that I know you talk about you believe and you support the border security, which, Justin, is something that I talk a lot about. I think it's the most underreported, because my background is news reporting. That was my background before I came into this, arena more recently. So I look at the crime, it still exists, but it's the lowest nationwide.
Correct.
In about a century. This is the greatest gift from President Trump that is ever, seriously, it's the most impactful policy that I've ever seen in my life when you think about the lower crime rates. So I know you believe in that, but how do you get that message across? And I highly advise you to do it and to talk to everybody about it and convince people that when they're being lied to by local media and local, liberal DAs and whatever, right, they're going, oh, look at our little programs are lowering crime. Well, it doesn't even ring true when you think about it.
No, it doesn't, Dawn. And one of the things that we run on is what the Democrats have become an off the train track wreck. We run on my Senate pledge, which are the conservative principles that I believe will inspire people to vote for us. And you mentioned we run on not just the crime, but the table that Donald Trump has set for us. When I talk to people, I tell them that, the immigration and our border security is a huge winning issue for Republicans. Mm-hmm. We have a secure border now because we're the party that values citizenship and we value legal immigration. I take that message everywhere I speak. We enjoy low crime and falling rates. Because of one of the reasons, because of a secure border, we now enjoy a 125-year low murder rate, and it's because of the president's leadership. So it's about being on offense, Dawn, and not letting our opponents in the print media and our opponents in the Democrat Party define us, which too often we allow to happen. As Republicans, we fail to win the battle of messaging and communication. So we bring a number of things, and I tell people, we need to be, as a party, we need to, walk a little more upright, be a little more optimistic, be confident, have some energy, be enthusiastic about this November. Because if we don't appear that way, why would anyone believe what we're selling if we look like we're not buying what we're trying to sell them? And so we do a number of things, but that's a huge issue. It's crime, it's quality of life. We've brought down the inflation rate, the interest rate. Wages are now rising under Donald Trump. We have a secure border. Our military can now achieve its recruiting goals, none of which could happen under Joe Biden. We have increased energy production. We're cleaning out DEI out of the federal bureaucracy. He's done more for school choice and parental rights. And, the table is set for us. It's up to us as a party to grab it and lead with it and tell the American people we offer a better tomorrow. We have a better vision for this country than the left, which is I hate Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And that's Corey's vision. He hates Donald Trump. The left, they hate Donald Trump. If they get creative one day and imaginative, they'll throw in that they hate ICE also. But that's where they're stuck because their radical Marxist base will not allow them to offer any other message to the American people other than they hate Donald Trump and put them back in power so they can impeach him again for a third time. We're going a different road. We're offering a better tomorrow where we recognize parental rights as the civil rights issues of our time, along with medical freedom. And you had mentioned tax cuts earlier, but it's not just about supporting tax cuts, which I do. I'm a Reagan guy. I believe in supply side. But we're talking about having the opportunity to elevate the discussion on taxes to a whole new level of a new system of taxation, which bullet point number 1 on my Senate pledge is to remove the 70,000-page Internal Revenue Code off of the backs of the American taxpayer and implement a flat tax of like 10 to 12%, very simple, where we keep the mortgage interest deduction, charitable deduction, and that's it. We get a large, generous deduction for American families, and we have a new system of taxation that's simple, and it doesn't empower the political class to abuse it like they did under the Obama administration, and we can remove that burden on our economy, and we'll see growth and people's lives just being a lot easier. I've been self-employed in a small business all of my adult life. So one of the main things I would like to do is abolish the IRS as we know it, abolish the Internal Revenue Code, get it off the backs of our taxpayers and productive workforce so we can live simpler, streamlined lives.
And so with that, I know that, you talk about, you just mentioned like affordability, you talk about utilities, energy, electricity. So what do you say about, for example, in New Jersey specifically, we saw Governor Phil Murphy, and I know Mikey Sherrill is trying to pull back on this and seem like she's trying to make things more accountable, but across the country, what are we talking about? The grid. And so in my opinion, we're getting played with all of these higher energy costs. But these AI centers are blamed in part on that. And then the water use, I was looking, there's a map, and I was even looking at the AI centers. If they're not going to use water, why are they all strategically spaced, attracted to being along a river or a creek, but usually a river or a body of water? So what's your position on as far as utilities, energy, and specifically those AI centers, Justin?
Dawn, I'm very fortunate. I have a very good energy background. In fact, my LLM from my law degree is in energy and natural resources, and I worked with the state of Delaware for a little while some years ago on regulatory policy for energy policy and utility companies. And I will tell you, one thing we have to do is make sure that, for affordability, that people know that we're the party of a tax reduction, a new system of taxation. We're the party of no tax on tips. That, of course, my opponents and Democrats oppose. But our problem here in New Jersey, and I say this often, it's not cliche, it's not Donald Trump in the White House with affordability. It's our Democrats in our Trenton State House that have been in Trenton for 25 straight years in a majority in the state Senate and state assembly, most of the time with a Democrat governor. They have shut down electricity production plants. We're stuck importing power from outside of state, equals a high electric bill. Okay, has nothing to do with Donald Trump's tariffs. That's a ridiculous argument, doesn't even hold merit. Data centers, what I tell people is that data centers should be put on military installations underground, if possible. That way they're not knocking over farmland or open space, which is a sensitive issue here in New Jersey. And I'm, having grown up in the Pinelands of New Jersey, I'm very acute and aware of open space, farm fields, how I grew up. But the data centers should be, I think they should be built on military installations. We have more than enough room for that. They're more secure there. And where possible, they should be built underground so no one has to look at them. The heat loss can actually be captured and used as another source of energy. They're doing that now in Holland and Denmark. And so we can do that. But as far as what the electricity consumption is, yes, they of course will. But, we have energy production here. And that's one of the things that President Trump has unleashed. We're now so energy dominant. That should not really be a huge concern. There should be environmental concerns that we address, but these data centers don't. I think it would be better built on military installations because they're critical infrastructure and underground where possible.
And so with that, do you support the idea, and I know that Stacey Garrity's the treasurer here on the Pennsylvania side, running for governor facing Shapiro, but she has long said it's fine as long as there's transparency and there's some insurance policies, essentially, whether it's through bonds or whatever, that a community gets what they're being promised. Because we're seeing this over and over. The AI Center promises it's usually around 200 jobs. They have it's almost like a form that they're told to say. So like, about 200 jobs and this much money. But then once they get in there, there's really no guarantee. So how do you see that working as far as within a community and these AI centers, these data centers being promised all these tax breaks?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that's one of the aspects that the proponents are arguing that, hey, if you set one of these up in your community, you're going to have a huge tax rateable and maybe your property taxes go away. Now in New Jersey, that sounds pretty good because we are choked with property taxes. They just went up again while Governor Sherrill is able to find in the Democrat Party $7 billion in our state budget for illegal aliens while people are struggling in this state to pay their property tax bills that do nothing but increase. So, I mean, that's enticing, but there's also a lot of the environmental issues. I mean, normally you normally don't bond an entity for a job creation issue. You bond them for environmental damage or maybe some promised upgrades and revitalization that they've agreed to as far as being able to be built in your town or jurisdiction. So, I'd like to see these on military reservation. That way takes a lot of the problem away. I would like to see them built on a military installation. We have enough of them in this country. Look at South Jersey. We have a huge mega base. Fort Dix, McGuire, and Lakehurst. It's a mega base right now. We can certainly fit one of them on there. There's no doubt in my mind. But as far as the towns, I mean, they're getting a lot of pushback before energy consumption. The grid aspect of it, okay, like any other development project, okay, they're not going to be okayed by PJM, our regional transmission organization, and the EDC, the electric distribution company, unless they're not going to be able to just suck all the power off the grid. That will not happen. You go through it in a very intense period of feasibility study and wholesale market participation agreement when you deal with the grid, meaning PJM, Maryland Grid, which is our RTO here. And they're very, very intense and thorough as to what the impact on the grid will be. So that's a concern because where the power comes from. But if there's any upgrade needed on infrastructure like switchgear, lines, transmission, EDC infrastructure, the AI Center would actually be stuck paying for it. For example, when you put a big solar farm down, a lot of that cost for upgrading infrastructure has to be paid for by the entity that's putting the solar farm down. And that would be the same with the AI. The AI for me and the data centers is number one is the aesthetics. I don't want to look at these things. We have a warehouse problem here in South Jersey that, you drive up Route 206 here and you see all this farmland is being gobbled up by these big concrete buildings. It's horrible. But I would put these things on military installations underground so we don't have to look at them. I think that would solve a lot. Now, if they're on a military installation, there's no benefit, like I said, for the municipality if you have it in your jurisdiction where you can have a tax rateable, which would be, pretty substantial. But, a lot of people might, are looking at the environmental impact and the aesthetic impact and thinking maybe it's not even worth it. I say put them underground. I mean, if you have to put them anywhere, maybe a brownfield redevelopment would be good. I mean, there's no reason any American city should have a brownfield redevelopment issue. You can certainly rebuild them in better areas, but the issue that's really causing backlash is the aesthetic, and you're knocking over farmland and open space with these things.
Yeah, and when I look at it's trackdatacenters.com, they created a pretty cool site. It's interactive with data center proposals for these, and it tracks them. So it's trackdatacenters.com if anybody, and then you can click on the state you want. So I'm looking at New Jersey. But the one thing I noticed immediately was all of these just line up right along a water source across the country.
Yeah, like a nuclear power plant.
Yes. And so that leads me to think, when you think about if they're sucking up all this water and they require all that water, and then you think of droughts and you think of the impact on water supply and all of that. How, since this is one of your wheelhouses, Justin Murphy, what would you say to that as far as water usage?
Well, the location, as you mentioned, would be critical. I mean, like you can't build a nuclear power plant unless you're by water. So this may have to take on the same concern. If you build an AI data center, you shouldn't be putting them in the middle of the pinelands and start tapping into that freshwater supply. That could be a problem. But if you are, let's say you've got the brownfields in the urban enterprise zones, there's a huge swath of Philadelphia that has a waterfront, Camden's waterfront along the Delaware River. That might be a better location for these things. If you have to, I mean, could you start piping water and desalinate? If you really had to, you could. I mean, I'm not sure that's feasible, but it is certainly technologically possible. But water, I mean, this is, again, growing up in the Pinelands, I don't like to see these things out here. I think the environmental impact could be harsh, too harsh to have them out here. But there are sites to put these things, just not in open space and farmland. And if they need to be by water, then that's a constraint. Look, you can't build a nuclear power plant unless you're by a water source. And the same will probably be true for the AI data center. So that limits where you could put these.
Yeah, I think that's so what are you doing with, going up against somebody like the incumbent Cory Booker? He's a national name. He's run for president multiple times. And how do you, tears of rage, but in all seriousness, how do you run against somebody who has that big of a name and he's got a big war chest? He's got 25 million about to play around with. So door to door, grassroots.
Yeah, Dawn, I think he's probably north of 32 million now at last FEC report. So yeah, he has a boatload of money, which I would like to ask him, where did it come from? How much came from outside of New Jersey? And I'm sure a lot of it has. How do we fight this? Look, first of all, we have a sober assessment. We're outnumbered in New Jersey. There are approximately 840,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans, and will be outspent. Now, the good news is we do not need to outspend Cory Booker this election. I do not need to out-fundraise him. What I need are more votes than him to win. And if you look at the turnout in any off-year election, it'll be about a third of the vote. So we'll have substantially more people sitting home than voting, which is not good. But it provides us a large reservoir of voters that we can tap into. And it's going to come down to messaging. And if you can connect with people, and if you can do that, okay, you could catch them napping, because even though we're outnumbered, there are enough Republicans in this state, okay, to win with a piece of the unaffiliated and undeclared. It's not going to be easy by any stretch. And we're under no illusion when it comes to that. But we have a message. It's a good one. And, there's such an easy way to distinguish what Donald Trump has done for the country, what the Democrats have become as a party, an off the train rail wreck, They're no longer that party of FDR, no longer the party of JFK. They're the party of open borders, illegal aliens, DEI, waging a war on parental rights. And, the Republican Party and my Senate pledge and platform, we're the party of a secure border. We're the party of lower inflation rates, lower interest rates. We're the party that's expanded our labor force participation rate. We're the party that increases energy production. We're the party that has overseen middle-class wages now rising, a huge investment in productivity boom in our economy so that we can tell our young people Republicans are worried about the next generation of Americans and not the next election. We're the party of parental rights and medical freedom. And all of these issues, Corey and the Democrats are on the wrong side.
Yeah.
So if we can get enough people to be attentive and take a look at us and become engaged and understand the distinction and realize that, we could use a change here in New Jersey, not having a Republican in the U.S. Senate since 1972, it's possible to catch them napping and pull off an upset. And I think, Donald Trump came here. Not only do we have almost 1.6 million registered Republicans, which is the most ever in the history of our country in New Jersey. Donald Trump came here one time in 2024, May of 24, for a Wildwood rally on the beach. I was there.
I was there.
Awesome. I was there. It was a great event.
Yeah, it was.
He never came back. But in November of 24, he took almost 2 million votes out of the state, which is the most ever a Republican presidential candidate has ever taken out of New Jersey.
Are you looking for his endorsement?
We're working
Have you reached out?
We're absolutely working some angles, Dawn, to try to get some big heavy hitters and names to step in for us, and hopefully we'll have some good news on that front soon. I can't share with you any more than that now.
Listen,
but
I got to run.
know.
It's Jersey Justin, the number 4, Senate.org, and we appreciate you coming on and just introducing yourself. We'll be watching. I know you face a powerful, incumbent with a big war chest, so. The underdog who is taking on, the old institution who oftentimes seems to spend a lot of time on the national TV shows. How will that play in New Jersey? We'll see. But Justin, thank you so much. We appreciate
you for having me. Thank you very much.
And we appreciate your service in the Navy and to our military, to our country as well.
My pleasure. Well, thank you for having me, and God bless you. And hopefully we can talk again soon.
Yeah, Justin, thank you so much. Jersey Justin. The number 4, Senate.org. Check him out. And so he's in it, won the primary, and was a little bit of a surprise, came out of nowhere. So we'll see where this one goes. But I was here when, back in the day when Trucker Ed, when he took on the establishment candidate, remember that? And they were napping too. So we all remember that all too well. And it was a real shocker and made national headlines. You never know. Jersey.
I had tears of rage.
Tears of rage. So we got that one going on. I think it's interesting that he does have in his wheelhouse, he can talk about energy, and that's a huge issue for him as he talks about energy, China, immigration, drugs, parental issues, education, a lot of them in there. So we'll keep our eye on him, right? And so I do this every once in a while. If you remember, there was this little... there was another one that I remember, a candidate who was kicking around, taking on Susan Wild on the Pennsylvania side. And I said, I really like this guy. His name was Ryan McKenzie. You may know the name. And so I started having him on. Nobody was talking about him. And I just thought, he's one of those people that I think he's going to resonate. He's going door to door. And he won. Now he's in it as he's the incumbent, right, in a really tough, sought after district. And so Bob Brooks is taking him on and so on the Pennsylvania side. But sometimes you have to watch these little sleepers. I think that people get aggravated when they see their senator always on the national shows and not really seeming like they're paying attention to the issues at home. So we'll see. But I love these. I love that when we find these. And he called in. We were having the conversation about AI. So Dan, thanks for booking him. So we'll continue on the other side with, we were talking about what if you won $905, almost $1 billion. I want to hear Dan Borowski. He's been very quiet on this. I know Dan has some thoughts on this. So we got to hear what you have to say. What would Dan Borowski, because I'm very curious, what would he do with $1 billion? And who would he tell? And would we get a call like in the middle of the night? like Greg Stocker, and when I get a text, Dan's not coming in tomorrow. So, but I want to hear from Dan, from you guys. 855-839-1210. We have to take a quick break. Be right back.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season. Be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fanswithap.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
That's a big chunk of money right there. I believe that first and foremost, I would have to take care of my mother and father. They took care of me my whole life. I'd make sure they were both housed, cars, anything they wanted and needed. And coming in at a very, very, very close second is my children. I got a 7-year-old daughter. I got a 11-year-old son. And I would put money away for them. I would get whatever they would want. I would definitely love to give back to the community, 100%.
So a Philadelphia father being asked, and I think we're all talking about it. It's the buzz. $905 million, closing in on $1 billion with this lottery. And so I know it's against all odds, but still, we can all dream. What would you do with $1 billion? $1 billion. So you get that ticket. And you realize, you're going through the numbers, you go, I can't believe it. I have the winning ticket. Do you immediately tell everybody? Do you put it out on social media? Or do you do what the experts say? I've done so many news stories on this. They say people past winners. You know what they tell you? They say, don't tell anybody except your spouse. They're going to get half. And if you're thinking about leaving your spouse, it doesn't matter. They're going to find out and they get half anyway. So there's that. So don't do anything like that. But you can go to create your own LLC, company name, whatever. Then you put the lottery ticket in that so that they don't know your identity, right? That's how you do it. But who else do you tell? And would you quit your job? So we want to hear from Dan Borowski. I'm teasing this, Dan.
Is this a...
You're the tease.
It would be, I mean, my priorities have significantly changed within the past year, and I think you could probably tell why. Having a daughter, now 9.5 months, coming up on 10. I mean, it's everything that I have is going to go towards her and her future. I mean, you asked me this 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say first priority, a new car or something like that, or something material. No, it's saving up for her future, putting away for her college. If I had this much money, oh, man, maybe some material purchases, like a house on a private island somewhere. That's still for the family, though, right? It's still a family vacation. I can justify it. Wear this shirt down there if you go to YouTube. I think it would work well.
I like your shirt.
Do you?
855-839-1210.
Will I quit my job, though?
That's the next question. Would you quit your job?
Yeah.
Would you quit working, quote unquote, or would you try to create something, create a nonprofit, create a company? What would that look like?
Taking a couple years off.
Run for office.
Yeah.
Well, that's
you need
another
drive.
question.
You need motivation to do something like that. I don't have much of that, so.
855-839-1210. I believe we have Steve in New Jersey. Hey, Steve, what would you do if you won the lottery, $1 billion? What would you do?
Hey, Don. I would buy 1210 and put myself in for the 3 to 6 hosts and give all the other hosts a big raise and all the staff and producers.
Yeah, don't forget the producers there, Packer Dooney.
No, I definitely would do that. No, I'm kidding. So all the things that you just said, like start a nonprofit and community. I've done all that, run for office and all, and I love that. I love the work. I would still work. I know it sounds crazy, but what I would really love to do is, since I am in the automotive field, and like new drivers today have no clue about how a car operates. None. And I did it for the high school. My son was in high school. I had a car, day to teach them how to put air in their tires and put washer fluid in and that kind of stuff. And I would really do that. But I would still work. I love to work. I don't have to. Yeah, I don't have to. At that kind of number, I wouldn't have to make money, but I would still get up and go and do something every day. And I love talk radio too. So you never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, maybe. I agree with you. I would still do something. I'd probably create a nonprofit because I think, and I would definitely get HVAC for our 52 Philadelphia schools that do not have. Bothers me so much. I can't. It would probably be the first thing I would do. The very first thing would be to put HVAC or build new schools or whatever. But I would fix that issue. That would probably be my number one priority because it bothers me so much. Which I apologize that I bring it up, but it's a shock to me that we don't have working HVAC in 52 Philadelphia schools. So when it's hot, when school starts in a couple weeks, you know what they're going to do. They're going to either cancel it or the kids have to go in the morning and then they have to leave by like 11 o'clock. So I digress. But it's, and you look at the money that we pour in. You think about this and think about policy and lawmakers and all of that. Look at the money that we pour especially in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. You're talking, 25, 28 plus grand per child, all told, state, federal dollars, etc. And these kids are not reading level, doing math. You think about that. And then on the Jersey side, even though New Jersey traditionally is number 1 and number 2 in public education, but has fallen within that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at New Jersey. We were just talking about Cory Booker.
Yeah.
Newark, which he was the mayor at one time, what's called the Facebook guy, he gave them, $100 million for the Newark schools, and nothing happened. Where did that money go? Zuckerberg, where did that money go? And, we have the same problem in Newark. The kids go to school, it's too hot, and then they send them home, And that's the difference between bad government and good government, and foolish politicians like Cory Booker. So, but that's a great idea to pay for the HVAC stuff. And it has to. The problem is we give the money to the schools who squander it.
Yep.
They should say you have to spend, like, pay the air conditioning companies, the HVAC companies directly. The issue is a lot of times you can't do that. You have to have the contract through there. So
to your point, let me just tell you what I would do. I would get guys I know, like Marvin E. Cans, military veteran founded, right? The families, they're small. Get them to get. I would say have them have a program where yes, it goes to them, but also a program where some of the students who want to think of a trade school type thing. So you run it through a nonprofit, but the students, in other words, are working on this, learning a craft, and that's how you would do it. So you're doing for yourself, in other words.
Yeah,
and
that's a great idea.
I think all of that, even with cops, you think of all these great jobs that are available, and we've just basically alienated so many of our school children from even having a connection to people who have a job where you could go, well, I could do that. Yeah. Whether it's a technical job, a policing job, pick a job, and they don't have it. So, the thing about Cory Booker that you mentioned, I remember Zioli talking about back in the day, our mutual friend, Rich Zioli. And Zioli used to say, he used to like Cory. There was an appeal with Cory Booker, that he really felt that he was somebody who had a connection within the community.
Can I have a hug?
Yeah. But these career politicians, there's an arrogance that happens. They lose that touch. And there's a real problem with this fact that people look at this as a career. They get it's a great gig. I mean, they're on vacation. Yeah. Imagine you're in your field right now, Steve, right? Automotive, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine just going, for 35 days you're off. I know they go back to their home, they're supposed to the home state or whatever, their constituency. But the truth is they have a lot of time off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And they have large staffs. I mean, I could never. I've been in business since 1988. The most I've ever took off was 2 weeks in a row. And that was, after 20 years in business. And it's just, and Cory's amazing too. That I don't think he knows where South Jersey is. He came down here one time to campaign. I don't know if it was for the last governor's race or he came down to campaign for Andy Kim, and that was the last time I've heard him come to South Jersey. He's just out of touch, and he put a post, an ex-post on Sunday about the White House ballroom, and President Trump doesn't own the White House. How did that help the people of New Jersey that we can't afford our electric bills or anything like that? And President Trump can't even use the ballroom that's being built. He will be out of office. He said if it gets done, maybe 2 months while he's still in office. Mm-hmm. He's setting it up for future presidents. Actually, Cory, you're so stupid. Maybe he would be president one day, and he's looking to protect future presidents because they're trying to kill the guy every day. And that's what he's put out there. And then his next post was about Obama and his brown suit or tan suit when he wore that. Like, that was how many years ago was that? Yeah. 15 years ago. Like, Cory, you're out of touch. Justin, here's a solid guy. And I don't want New Jersey to make the same mistake. They didn't get out and vote. Registered Republicans, we have 1.7 million of them. Jack only received 1.4 million votes. Where were the rest of them? Now, independents and Democrats voted for Jack, too. 48% turnout. And Justin hit it right on the head. Turnout. Get out and vote. It's worth getting out and voting for a guy like Justin Murphy, who's smart. The guy understands how it works, and he knows the job. He knows what he has to do. Send him to Washington, and he is going to fight for New Jersey. Who is Cory Booker fighting for? I can't figure it out. Not New Jersey, that's for sure.
It's about the closest I'll probably ever have in my life to an I am Spartacus moment.
Thank you, Dan Borowski. I love it.
Yeah, and it's just, and I can't, Dawn, you sound the alarm every single day, even in Pennsylvania for Stacey Garrity. Yep. Get out and vote. That's how come President Trump won Pennsylvania, and he did so well in New Jersey. Big numbers, 64% turnout. Imagine if we got 80% turnout in Pennsylvania, for Stacey Garrity. It'd be unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, and
another underdog.
They didn't. Yeah, another one. And she is so capable of doing the job, just like Justin. What he was just saying about energy and this and that, the whole thing, he gets it. He's a smart guy. He's an attorney. He understands it. I'm not even sure. I think Corey was an attorney. I'm not even sure what he did for a living before this.
He's forgotten.
But and it's funny. Everything, you can't run on the platform of I'm going to fight Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. How does that benefit, New Jersey residents? Or, the other thing, too, he's making decisions for the entire country. So, I just really wish people would take the D's and the R's. Don't look at their party. Look at their platform and what they're capable of doing. And I think a lot more Republicans would do a lot better if people would just look that way. But I've been on the campaign trail for how long, and I'm not going to door and somebody will say, I'm sorry, I can't vote for a Republican. And you try to ask them why. Oh, I just never voted for one. I'm like, okay, well, I voted for both. I voted for independents, Democrats, and Republicans. Yeah. I look at the candidate. Of course, I line up with the Republican values, and most conservative Republicans is who I vote for. But I've supported Democrats in Philadelphia because they were better than the ones that we had. I even forget the guy that was running against Krasner. I made donations to him, and I live in New Jersey. So it's just turnout, and I really wish people would look at the candidates. I mean, Justin, he's amazing. It's amazing. So,
well, thank you for that, Steve. I appreciate it. And just remember us. Remember us if you win that $1 billion, baby.
Oh, absolutely! I'm telling you, everybody gets a raise. And all the staff, and actually, you get a little bit better food selection too. I tried to use the checkout scanner, and I'm keep stealing sodas every time I'm in there because it won't work. I'm gonna get locked up.
You're not on the record with that, Steve.
I know. No, I just leave money. I just put money on the counter. I'm like, somebody's gonna get this. I don't care.
Have a good one. It's great. It's great to hear your voice.
Great talking to you.
Take care, Steve.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dan. That was great.
Steve Packerdooney.
We love Steve. He's just a good guy.
He is. Nice guy. I actually, when I'll be fully transparent, when Justin, called in to comment, what happens is, as a producer, you can't just put someone on the phone that claims they're a Senate candidate against Cory Booker, right? You got to do some verification. And luckily, I have someone like Steve who can help with that verification. Yeah. So, Pac, I appreciate it. He's big in the Gloucester County Republican. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, and obviously we get calls all the time, but we can't put every candidate across our region on the air, which we don't. He's unique for many reasons, but I will say as well, he's a Navy veteran, so he served in the military, and I think that helps too.
And we know New Jersey is a very blue state.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no doubt about it, but Booker's not paying attention.
Yeah.
And that strategy that he's employing is it could
was
work.
the Ed Durr strategy. It really was.
Yeah. So you
think of it.
It's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to hear more from him going forward. Yeah.
Amen. So let's think about something else you might buy if you won that lottery, and you don't need to win a lottery to get it. That's the nice thing. There's some great deals out there. But what about driving on the road with a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, feeling of confidence? Think about the craftsmanship. You get in there and you arrive exactly where you belong. During the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home Celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, and yes, that includes the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your local authorized Piazza dealer. I'm talking about Westchester, Pennsylvania, Wilmington, Delaware, or Atlantic City, New Jersey. Experience for yourself the luxury, the innovation, the performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home Celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
The heat wave continues today with a high of 93, still hazy sun and humid. We stay hot tomorrow with a high of 92, but thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. We cool off into the 80s on Wednesday with a high expected of 82.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code EARN.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happy Monday. Back to the grind, as we say. This August 10th, summer's flying by. But by the way, first preseason game for the Eagles. It's in Baltimore. Baltimore this Friday, by the way. This weekend, yeah. Right?
Wow.
It's this week, first preseason.
It's crazy that we're already here.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy. But it's Saturday, excuse me.
Mid-August,
the 15th.
though? I can't believe it's
I know.
August. It's the first time I'm looking at
Is that
this.
crazy?
Oh, man.
So we're still in this heat wave. What is it, day 5, 93-ish, and some storms on the way, and more of the same tomorrow. What about, I'll stay in New Jersey for a second. So we talked, Dan Borowski, we talked about Skip the Stuff, this new law that took effect August 1st. And so if you stop by a restaurant, one of those food trucks, get Uber Eats delivered, takeout place, it doesn't matter. You have to ask for
annoying.
utensils. You have to ask for it. And if you don't, or a napkin as well, right? They cannot give it to you. If they're caught, and I imagine they're going to go undercover in New Jersey. They're going to go undercover and try to catch people, giving out plastic forks, knives, or spoons. So now they're kind of, and by the way, if you get caught as a business, you could pay $250 fine per incident.
What?
Yeah, $250. Excuse me.
Are they going to be like undercover?
Excuse me, Mr. Borowski, did they hand you a fork? Did you ask for that fork? You know what I mean?
Undercover cops
crazy.
going through the Chipotle? Yeah.
Because they get to order do they get like an expense
sir, this is
account?
a napkin that you just handed me.
Yeah.
You must come out and. Yeah, no, that's. Have you ever tried eating a burrito without a napkin? That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Or without the
or
worst
the condiments. You can get in trouble.
And the worst thing is like when you get food, like a lunch for work, and then you get to your desk and you get ready to eat it, and you realize they did not. And then you have to scramble around the entire office, and you end up using a knife to try to eat your burrito. I'm not speaking from experience, but.
Or, what about using your fingers?
Yeah.
Use your fingers.
Yeah,
What
I guess
about
you can
that?
run a state if you use your fingers, right?
So this is kind of funny. So this is the kind of thing. Look at this if you're watching us on YouTube. It's pretty funny. It's Governor Mikey Sherrill. It's weird for me to still say governor. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I don't know why.
It's
weird.
It's weird. I agree.
I can't believe it. Anyway, Mikey Sherrill. So all of these, spoofs, it's obviously AI, but they're showing her, and she obviously went and got a little takeout ice cream, and you can see her with the ice cream cup, and then she's like using her hand.
Yeah, I'm asking AI if this is true. It says it says Donkey's Place, and
it's saying she actually did that.
I don't think it's right. I mean, AI is wrong often. I'm putting AI against AI. I think here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think it's real? I think it's.
I don't think it's real.
I think it's AI, but it's a pretty good AI. Yeah. And
maybe
so
hands she has
fun.
to shake. I can't imagine that she's going to cover it with sticky ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finger licking good. But it is crazy that they don't have to give you, so they're not allowed to hand you a fork, a spoon, or a napkin or condiments.
So not even like the biodegradable crap, like paper straws. We're not even doing that anymore.
Nothing. Nope. You have to,
oh my
because it's really going to help with all the plastic.
It's very inconvenient.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So my question becomes, I am a habitual app fast food user, and every time you order a meal, you have to like kind of, click through, and there's options, and you can customize your. Is it going to be now an option where you have to like click?
Yes, they've already done it.
What?
I did check when I did the story initially.
So you have to make sure to click that.
They changed the app so that if you're ordering something by the app, you have to put on there whether or not you are requesting utensils, napkins.
Who's not
condiments.
requesting utensils and napkins?
Well, most people, unless it pops up and they're asking.
We're not we use utensils in this country.
Well, use your fingers. Sticky fingers.
Walk through New York, and all the people getting from the food carts are just going to sit there in Central Park, dripping food from their nasty hands.
I'm just
go down to Rittenhouse Square, walk around City Hall, just food droppings because it falls out the cracks of people's fingers as they're trying to walk in. Ugh. Okay, sorry.
That's nasty. So I saw this. I really like Scott Bessent. I think he's a smart guy. And he's pretty quick. And so, I saw this, and I know you have the clip, but he's ripping into this Berkeley professor who's saying that, oh, there's a problem. McDonald's has a problem. It's the Trump economy. It's that. I'm paraphrasing. And so Scott Bessent gave his answer. So first, you have the clip. So let's go ahead and play this so you get a sense of what Scott Bessent was even talking about. Or reacting.
Big Mac has a big problem.
Professor.
According to the CEO of McDonald's, fast food chain saw a double-digit dip in visits from lower and middle-income customers in the first quarter of 2025. The reason? Customers can't afford it. While the stock market is riding high and the Trump administration is slashing taxes for corporations and the rich, nothing is trickling down to everyday Americans.
What we see is it's really kind of a two-tier economy. If you're upper income, earning over $100,000, things are good. What we see with middle and lower income consumers is actually a different story.
This shouldn't be all that surprising. The warning signs were there for anyone paying attention.
We are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners.
Okay, wait, you have to stop it because I didn't even recognize the professor. I thought Robert Reich retweeted the thing. That's Robert Reich. Remember him back in the day. And so this is why Bessent is saying McDonald's problem is called Burger King, Professor. No wonder Bill Clinton fired you. Remember little Robert Reich? You remember him? So then Bessent says UC Berkeley should fire you too if that's what passes for quote unquote research. But I didn't even realize, I didn't recognize him. That's Robert Reich from back in the day. They're showing right now a clip of him back in the day that nothing changes. Did you know who he was?
No.
Okay. No. That's okay.
Nope.
So he was.
Looks completely different though.
Yeah. From, I didn't even recognize him. And by the way, do you know Robert Reich that he's, well, anyway, I digress. But he now is firing back. So I guess since the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, so now you have Robert Reich saying, oh, Scott Bessent is claiming the K-shaped economic divide is dead. They're going, now I guess they're going back and forth. So this should be fun.
You want more of this?
Hogwash. I don't know. Do you guys want more? Maybe a little.
Warning signs were there for anyone paying attention.
We are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners and a larger group of Americans left behind.
I said that in 1994. McDonald's had just lost an infamous lawsuit over scalding hot coffee, and I had way more hair. Frankly, it's a little galling to hear the CEO of McDonald's complaining about income inequality, especially because companies like McDonald's are making the problem worse.
It's coming from inside the
house. So in this one, by the way, I asked AI, did President Clinton fire Robert Reich? And so for clarity here, just so that I don't get a call from somebody going, he didn't actually fire him. Reich claimed that he was stepping down to spend more time with his family. Wink, wink. We know what that's code for. Okay. But that was at the time, it was not reported that he was fired. He wanted to return to teaching an academic life.
Everyone wants to do that.
But, and he wanted to spend more time with his family. And it wasn't because of, his policy fatigue and some of his crazy, he was he became known as a little bit crazy. I'm just saying. If you remember back in the day.
From Scranton.
And now he's UC Berkeley's, one of their top professors. But I just thought that was a great line. He's like, no, McDonald's problem is called Burger King, because I think Burger King has all those deals and they do a lot of advertisement and they're hipper right now.
Burger King's not good.
Burger King's fries. Who has the better fries?
Wendy's.
Oh.
Yeah. With the little, how they have the skin on the fries.
Well, they have that baked potato.
And the baked potato's good.
Eat the baked potato. Yeah. Skip the fries. Yeah. I'm just saying.
What Burger King does have is it's the only one that actually tastes like it touched a flame or a grill. So it has that going for it.
It does. I don't know. I don't eat it. I don't
want to be kind.
I always try to be good, so I really don't. I don't have many burgers, so I'm sure any of it would be delicious to me. You know what I mean? Because it's to have a French fry like a McDonald's.
If you go to a good Burger King, yeah, it's hit or miss.
Yeah. Oh, really? Well, you know what though?
It is.
You bring up a good point. If you're saying it's hit or miss, if you go to McDonald's, it's consistent. I will say
it's consistent.
It's consistent.
It is, yeah.
The taste, you could go anywhere in the country, it's the same.
It's 10,000%. And yeah.
So
now Burger King, you go to one, you get like a floppy Whopper with soggy condiments, and you go to another, it tastes like it's fresh off the broiler with fresh veggies and a nice fresh bun. Maybe I'll go to Burger King after
I love
work.
it. All right, we got to take a quick break.
We're Arby's.
855 Arby's?
I love Arby's.
My dad used to love
Arby's. Oh, it's such an underrated place. They sell such good fast food that's not sold elsewhere, and they have the meats.
The meats. The beef. Where's the beef? The funny thing about, I will say with Robert Reich that struck me is he was back in the mid 90s. I'm looking it up just to make sure I'm not, he became known as a little bit crazy, but as far as his economic views, he did focus on income inequality. Remember that? That was one of his big stances: income inequality and corporate power. And so, if you think about it, if by today's standards, Bill Clinton, if you looked at Clinton, who became a centrist, right? And he cooperated with Gingrich at the time. And Gingrich and the Republicans had their first 100 days. Clinton worked with them. He played with the other team. And so by today's standards, I would imagine that former President Bill Clinton would be now considered a Republican, if you think of how far left the left has gone. But with that, I will say Robert Reich, you got to give him credit. He remains far, far left. He was far left of Clinton, who he was, remember, the labor secretary for. So in any event, 855-839-1210. Oh, I was about to give the call. Hang on one second. 855-839-1210. We already have a call. Who is this?
Sorry. Hi. Yeah, no, Phil in Delaware just chimed in on Reich.
Phil in Delaware.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. You say what?
I love your conversations. They're on the mark, and you happen to hit all the corners. This Robert Reich, he posts like literally hundreds of posts a day. Just anti-government, anti-Trump. I don't know where he gets time to spend with his family. He's always online.
Or he's supposed to be a big professor out at Berkeley, but maybe he's, I don't know, maybe he has his students working for free. I hope he's paying them as interns because you're supposed to pay interns. But maybe they're doing it for free.
From what I Googled, but again, it's AI and I can't trust anything. He's getting money from offshore entities and who knows what. So he's one hot, unbelievable mess. And I can't believe Berkeley keeps him on other than, they need somebody disruptive there.
Well said, Phil. We appreciate you for sure. And that's just it. Whatever happened to admiring people for working hard and becoming successful, right? That's okay too. But I will say, Dan, we have to find this. We've talked about it. And this was, Bezos was interviewed about should he pay more in taxes. And he said, at the point, I'm paraphrasing here, it was a really thoughtful interview. I will say the Amazon, creator and billionaire, he talked about somebody like Mamdani trying to tax people. And he said, you know what? You don't have to tax. What if you didn't tax as much? Let's say a school teacher who's just beginning out, or somebody who's just beginning, they're making $39,000. Let them keep their money so they can afford childcare and afford stuff, and because that spurs the economy. So he said, if you want to tax me more, let's have that conversation. But you don't really benefit that much. It actually hinders more people and the economy by overtaxing, let's say, middle income Americans. So I actually found that fascinating. I haven't heard many people say that. So they love to criticize people who, have worked for a living, have somebody like Bezos has rewritten how we think about even buying groceries. And so why not tap the brains of those people and get them to donate, like, to society? They're people who think outside the box. I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. Quick break. Be right back.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So, yeah, President Trump is, and you heard J.D. Vance, we played that earlier, as they lean into an economic squeeze of Iran. Speaking of Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, I saw that he was also talking about how this is crushing Iran just through economics. And so I don't see Reich, by the way, pushing back on that one. So that's the strategy right now, as they're saying, we're not going to bomb. We're just going to, it's like the boa constrictor operate. That's what it's, Operation Boa. I'm just totally making that up, believe me, but it is the squeeze. As far as the economic squeeze, will that work? Will that be effective? We can only hope, as we look at the squeeze on President Trump and the Republicans, the GOP especially, as we think about this, the Senate, the House, all those lawmakers making $179,000 a year that we pay them, and they're on vaco for 35 days. Must be nice. What would you do with 35 days paid vacation? What a nice little career. We got to stop this grift. I'm not even going to rant on that one. They're grifters, all of them.
Be nice.
I'm a little aggravated.
It would be nice to have that kind of time off.
Yeah,
and win the lottery while we're at it, too.
It's a grift.
Yes.
Yeah, win the lottery so we can call them out. Dom Giordano is coming up next on this beautiful, bright, hot Monday. Dom, are they grifters for going away for 35? Is that fair, grifters?
Yeah, it's more too. They're good calculators. What's going to happen to them as a result of this? I know that Scott Presler believes we'll take some out in the primaries. Okay. I don't know. That's when it matters. That's when they stop doing this stuff.
Yeah, but what if they want the swamp?
Some of them do. Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, that's part of it. That is the thing that gets people depressed. It's one of the reasons Trump won twice, though, to shake that up. And it's a long battle. It is a very difficult thing. Jennifer Say on today, the situation with the WNBA is a proxy for so many other things. I'm not particularly liking Royce White with a beard wearing a wig challenging them, but wigs are in fashion. I mean, the woman who clotheslined Sophie Cunningham said, well, she tried to tear my wig off.
Oh.
Man, you don't go after the wig.
Don't touch the
I know
wig.
if I had a wig, don't touch that.
Dom Giordano Show. It's a great one coming up.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Many people put off dental treatment for years because of fear, anxiety, or a bad experience. At Bent's Dental Group, your comfort comes first. Dr. Robert Bentz, Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, understand every patient is different. Every treatment plan and every experience is customized to each individual's comfort level. You'll be saying, I wish I hadn't waited so long. Schedule a consultation with Bent's Dental Group and discover how comfortable modern dentistry can be. 610-272-6949.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved, and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com/911story. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Good Monday, everyone. It is Dom and Reality with Caitlin Clark. The league has jumped. These women are making more money, but they're not happy because they had their own little woke club dominated, not just on the basis of race, but dominated by any number of players who are gay. And they continue to fight this battle, and Caitlin Clark's a proxy. Then Sophie Cunningham jumps in. Cunningham, and I believe this is pretty accurate, is shopping a book, an inside story of what's going on here. So the thing, a couple of things over the weekend, and I'll play a couple cuts, that got me to say, this is... It's not just about the WNBA and these goofy women, and now they're going to have a task force trying. Can you imagine? Look, I love to debate and try to calculate stuff. Imagine being on this task force trying to declare why these guys can't play in the league, but avoiding saying what a woman is. By suggestion, by implication, wigs and all. By the way, that's the charge from the woman who clotheslined Sophie Cunningham, that she tried to pull my wig off. Oh, my God. Would they have been better off without Caitlin Clark? I think some of them in their minds think, because that's what brought onto this the whole level of scrutiny, starting with Clark. Some of the worst players in this, she looks like she's in a hostage video, is Stephanie White, the Indiana Fever head coach, defending Carrington's hit. Now, back in the day when I played basketball, even, grabbing a guy, a really hard foul, this clothesline, it wouldn't have been something that got you kicked out of the game necessarily. But by the rules they play by now, and everybody knows this, it is. Now, how in the world does white privilege get into this? And when you look at the woman who did this, Carrington, her background, the father played 8 years in the NFL. She went to all the fanciest schools in San Diego, then played for, by the way, the other day was a great side question, things you won't change. I'm not going to call it the Cardinal or whatever. I'm going to call it the Cardinals. It's like Smokey Bear. Cardinal, they just say, or some weird thing. She played for Stanford. That's pretty ritzy. The school track is like the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year school. So when this white privilege tweet came out, now we're on to the mentality that is still out there. And the mentality says it doesn't matter. I don't know Cunningham's background. I'd have to see that, whether she went to equal schools or not. But this whole idea of a phrase that is so taken as the first commandment of the left. They don't say white privilege, they just say privilege. And the thing that should be the tell on all of this, they've actually come up with a term because when we can't compete in schools, and that's not just African Americans, it's whites also with Asian students, what do they say about them? They're white adjacent. That's probably the all-time sick phrase imaginable. So Asians are not going to count as a minority group because they're white adjacent. This is this league that has just boxed itself into a corner. I don't see a way out. We've been talking, Henry, I'll give you an update. Wally Zimmerlong might have a person for us by the end of the show. So I'll tell you, our big-time attorney, Wally Zimmerlong, it's the American First Policy Institute, not the Stephen Miller Legal Group, but I'm sure they must be hooked in. They're representing Ennis Freedom. Not sure about the Royce guy who jumped in here secondarily. So how does this end? Well, it ends with this proxy war still ongoing. Goofballs are going to jump into the ring, and that's what I think he is. The Florida Attorney General said, if you did something like this in Florida, he would arrest you. What? Now, we're back to, in hockey, if you're bashing someone with a stick in certain ways and I were an attorney general, I would arrest you. I mean, this is like an assault, a deadly thing. But somebody clotheslining another woman, and you see what's happening. The whole world is jumping on the gravy train of the WNBA. Now, inside the game, you have rules in the game. And what might be an assault on the street, truly, if Sophie Cunningham's walking down the street and you clothesline her, yeah, you get arrested for it. In a game, no. I don't know what you'd have to do in a basketball setting to be arrested. So here's the headline, though, that shows you how far Sports Illustrated, they've since rescinded it. Sports Illustrated's headline, as this was going on over the weekend, was Sophie Cunningham got a bitter taste of karma after drawing flagrant foul. How in the world does Sophie Cunningham get karma out of this? Is how sick this whole deal is. All right. Now, Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz is a brilliant guy, but I'm not a fan. He jumps into the ring saying, you know what I'd like to see? Oh, Ennis Freedom is going to break Wilt's record. Oh, God. In a wig, 100 points? I don't see that. I would have
the WNBA record.
Yeah, well, right. But the sacred 100 points anywhere. Although somebody did score 100 points, I think. Yeah, in high school here. Camden plays the Bum of the Month Club. They play all these suburban schools. And way back when, one of the Wagners, I'm not sure which, the Father, the Son, or the Holy Ghost, scored 100 points. They shouldn't have let him do it, Scott on Mount Laurel. It wasn't your team, though. You're not getting 100 points. You know, Camden just coming out there with all Americans blasting the schedule that they play. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Here are some of the choicest cuts. Listen to this from a couple of years ago. This is cut 7. Jamel Hill, formerly of ESPN, and Laura Coates, who is one of the worst pundits on CNN imaginable, the 11 o'clock woman. She said they were actually saying it was transphobic to speak out against, remember that Algerian boxer. Now, this was the worst example. Even if you're on the side saying, we're just making this up, it's a proxy war on the right to go after an issue that's not really an issue. When you have a male knocking out a woman, almost killing them potentially, and you say it's transphobic, we've come a long way that now there's going to be a reckoning on this. Here is Jamel Hill and Laura Coates, cut 7.
In just 46 seconds, Algerian women's boxer Iman Khalif beat her Italian opponent, Angela Carini, in an Olympic boxing match. Now, Carini says she stopped because of the intense pain in her nose after the opening punches. She burst into tears after the fight and did not shake Khalif's hand. That led to a flood of online abuse against Khalif, including from Elon Musk, J.K. Rowling, Jake Paul, and former President Trump, who posted this to Truth Social, quote, I will keep men out of women's sports. Why were they so quick to come out against her?
It's really simple. The reality is that people in this country, certain people, certain groups of people, the conservative right being at the top of the list, are weaponizing trans women and the trans community and using that as part of their ongoing culture wars. And this young lady, unfortunately, was the victim of what is a gross American mentality. It's not adopted by all mentality, but we're talking about that there is certainly a huge issue with transphobia in our country. There was nothing unjust about it. I mean, to be frank, you just got your butt beat. And that's the end of what happened.
If you want to protect women and daughters, she is a woman. She is somebody's daughter, and she's a woman in sports. And it just conjures up that old statement, ain't I a woman?
All right, we're going to find out, Laura. On top of that, the whole idea they brought up there, these never-ending culture wars. Now, their argument is, well, we bring these up because we got nothing else. And I say, well, why don't you try to take it away? If the transgender issue is so small, et cetera, why do you allow that? No, you're the one provoking the culture by doing these outlandish, crazy things like have this guy punch out this woman in 30, 40 seconds. And then when called on it, when there's outrage, you say the same thing time and time again. Now, we're winning on these things. We are winning. But it's a slow process. This whole thing with the WNBA, they're not suddenly going to say, well, we're not going to let them in because they're men. They're going to try to craft something they think is clever to delay. Then they won't draft them. I don't think anybody will say, oh, boy, we got a big advantage. We're going to win the championship by putting Ennis out there. We actually have a woman that says, he couldn't play against a couple of women in the WNBA. He hasn't played in a while, so I got to see him work out a little bit. But I think taking the ball down low, they're going to have a little bit of trouble stopping this, to put it mildly. So this will all play out over more months, even into the midterms. Yeah, it is an issue. We told you what the Trump people spent in 2024, $44 million against Kamala Harris on this. Many of them have told me if they had seen how potent this is, I would have spent 10, 50, any dollar I can get, I would have spent it on this. Because it's a tell about what they do to reality. And that right there, knocking this woman out in that period, this literally could have been a death. I mean, it could have been that bad in this situation. This isn't playing basketball. I mean, this is somebody can get murdered. All right, let me give you the side today. We saw the other day that the Beatles had dropped in the last few days their Abbey Road. I don't know if that's their all-time album way back then or bestseller. It may be.
It's probably the White Album.
Is it? Okay.
I would think.
Yeah. But this is the one that is because of all the conspiracies and all, of who's doing what in the photo. It's a famous, very famous photo. We are looking for that all-time photo. Now, I'll admit, I'll be partial if you have a local one that really pops. I'm going to take off a local one to start. It is Frank Rizzo with the nightstick and the cummerbund. It epitomizes that Frank Rizzo knew how to play to the media. Big time. Who else would rush from this front? That cummerbund had to be like a size 50 or 60. That fit in there snugly. Put that in. Frankie should have gotten a couple. Right. Walking around. My father was a cop, had to be at that riot at the Tasker homes, and Rizzo said, a lot of media here, man, be calm. And then an egg hit those highly polished shoes. And that was it, the cummerbund with the nightstick. All-time, of course, photo. I don't think it can be beaten. I'm partial to it. The kiss. By the way, I saw, looking it up one more time, people still saying it's a nurse. No. I thought it was a nurse, too. It's a dental hygienist. Back in the day, they dressed like they were a doctor.
Isn't that the same thing?
Uniforms.
Uniforms.
Is that the same thing?
As a nurse? No.
Okay.
No, just clean your teeth type of thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of doctors you going to?
Yeah. Hey, bring that dental drill over here. We got to operate with it, lady. Yeah.
Right.
And, of course, now they say propaganda. I think that's ridiculous. It unified the country, raising the flag at Iwo Jima, even if a bit staged and all the rest of it. What they had to do to win that island against the Japanese, that photograph is top 2 or 3 of the entirety of World War II. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to take off 2. One kind of world-renowned, the other one kind of more local, but also very well-known. First, I'm going to take off. Is it real? Is it fake? I guess we'll never really know for sure. I'm, of course, talking about the picture of the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
The neck and the head sticking out of the water. I mean, it looks pretty real to me. Why would someone try to, fake something like that back then? Would it, gain kind of traction for tourism? It's kind of weird to me that they'd make something up. I like to believe the Loch Ness Monster is real and is still out there somewhere.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Kurt's believing dental hygienists or nurses here, and you're believing the Loch Ness
More fun
Monster.
that way.
Greg Stocker's screening process works again. Yes, Greg. Yes, thank you.
And then the other one I'm going to take off. It's maybe the most iconic photo, I think, in Sixers history. 1 or 2. I mean, you might argue with what 1 is, but it's got to be Allen Iverson's step over of Tyronn Lue in Game 1 of the NBA Finals in 2001. I mean, the absolute kind of disrespect to just cross the guy up, hit the shot in his face, and then to step over the man as he's on the ground. And just that look he's giving him on the ground. Ty Lue's trying not to look at him because he knows he just got. It's a perfect photo.
They could have had Carrington jump into that thing. There would have been trouble.
Oh, yeah, that would be a whole different
Wigs
photo.
would have gone flying. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
I'm going to go with two myself. So I'm going to go with Marilyn Monroe in a 7-year itch with that white dress going up on the seat, and also high heels, and also Buzz Aldrin on the moon.
All fakery, though. Loch Ness Monsters, Buzz Aldrin
Yeah,
on
it's
the
all
moon.
fake.
Wow.
But the moon landing's fake, but the Loch Ness Monsters.
There you go.
real.
The Loch Ness Monster's okay.
That's what I
It
wanna
summarizes
bring up,
a generation. That summarizes it perfectly.
There you go.
Coming up, we have quite a take from the co-president of the DSA when asked about how much you're going to tax people, among other things. We'll play you that. And we have Jennifer Say, you know her. She's the one that's highly involved inside this whole thing with changing the pushback with her clothing line, etc. We'll ask her about what happens next inside the WNBA. All right, phone lines. Hit us with that all-time photo in addition to everything else, 855-839-1210.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank introduced a mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the results, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is Dom time. Welcome in AOC and the freezing of her eggs. I thought that was usually single women. She's with a guy, has been sort of engaged, I think. But is it? It's a play to show that she has power and she is not going to get pregnant before the 2028 race. I think she'll be their VP. Among the 2 or 3, depending on how things go, person. That's how it will shake out, rather than the nominee at this point. But even that is possible, and she's better than Kamala Harris. I would argue that all day long. Come on, Tom. Kamala Harris is goofy. AOC is a bit better in the ring than Kamala Harris. I know that's low-hanging fruit. Here's CNN. This will be cut 17, though. Here's what they're concerned about. Now, I have to say this El Sayed guy is great fodder for talk radio. President Trump goes after him. What does he do? Just like he went after Mike Rogers. He starts saying, well, at least I like my wife. At least it's not like you and Melania. Wow, this guy goes to the hoop. Remember with Mike Rogers about the let's debate 5 times, you're a punk type of stuff. Right. Going after Trump and Melania right out of the box before anybody knows this guy is stunning. He's just not going to take shots, even though there's a lot that can be made. But there's one thing he doesn't like, his full name, to be out there. Again, we're back to why can't we say the full name of anybody? Say my full name was Dominic Guido Giordano. You're running against, oh, man. Yeah.
Not Don.
In certain neighborhoods. First of all, the Don thing. Right, yeah. Here is CNN saying, why are Republicans mentioning Abdul? That happens to be his name. And they're mentioning another. I can't help it that this guy's got 16 names. Here's CNN.
For certain is that Abdul Saeed El Sayed is making it easier. Why? Because he is inconsistent with Michiganders of either side of the aisle, by the way. Someone who wants to defund police, defund ICE, who wants to abolish our concept of a border. He's just wrong for Michigan.
And I saw your early attack ads against him. You're using his full name in these attack ads, which has gotten some attention. Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. He goes by Abdul El Sayed. Are you trying to say, hint, hint to voters, he's Muslim?
Not at all. What we're saying what we're only saying to voters is a simple thing. He says he's the most dangerous candidate you can find. He's right. We should trust his words, not ours.
But why not just use his name, Abdul El Sayed, which he goes by?
Well, listen, I go by Timothy Eugene, and so I get called that all the time. Here's what I know without question. It's about what he stands for. And we're going to focus and bring attention to the fact that not only is he sympathetic for Hamas, not only does he run around with Hassan Pike or someone who said that Americans deserve 9/11, he should be held account for exactly where he stands and what he's for.
All right, here's a little bit more on this. Now, here's what he said on Meet the Press when asked about, well, wait a minute, how are you giving free health care for all? And Welker, the woman who is the Meet the Press person now, held him down a bit here. He kept on trying to say, well, at the point of contact, when you see the doctor, you're not going to have to pay. Well, then how is that going to get paid? Here is Meet the Press on free health care for all, cut 12.
Medicare free and universal if you increase taxes. So if you are elected and make this push, would you need to increase taxes?
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who make less than $1 billion and less than $1 million, though, Dr. El Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee who gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, after you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company. So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for healthcare that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job or turned 26 or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our healthcare would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it in general. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to trade what we give to a big corporation who gets to decide who we get to see and who we don't for a little bit more paid into FICA. And I think that's a trade that's worth making. I think the broader public understands that that's a trade worth making, considering how many people are holding medical debt, a third of all Michigan households right now.
Just to be very clear, you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
I'm saying that we'd be paying for healthcare in a different way. Instead of paying a health insurance company whose CEO makes $20 million, I would much rather pay for durable healthcare into a government, which, of course, we all know provides healthcare for seniors who need healthcare the most. So if I'm trading paying a CEO to make more money or paying government to guarantee me healthcare.
Okay. I remember, and you may remember too, maybe you were with me on this. We all know the Second Amendment, having to protect that from them taking away that constitutional right. And we made the point when they come for your health care, and that's exactly what this clown is saying. And it's not just the money, the added costs. It means you get thrown into health care like stinking Canada has. And as bad as it is, as many different hurdles as we have, some of them created by Obamacare, would you rather be here with that? Why do people come here for the very best in the end? Why don't they go to Canada? We've talked about all kinds of incidents in Canada, what they don't have because of this, and what you would be consigned to. Even as much as the Second Amendment. This is a sacred right. This is the battle. You earned it, not clowns like this and the DSA and others, to protect your own health care, your own doctors, your own decisions, not the government. So, yeah, we get worked up over the cost. Of course, she's going after that. But I'd like to hear a little bit of a deeper probe questionnaire, Miss Meet the Press, about the American healthcare system. And this guy continuing to go back to they're making $20 million a year and yada, 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 and dependence on government. And that plays to the alleged killer of the healthcare executive has a big hearing tomorrow, and I think the trial starts after Labor Day. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get a line. Hit us with that all-time photo. Jennifer Say, who is the founder and CEO of XXXY Athletics, will be coming up with us. Remember, she was a former Levi Strauss executive. And then COVID in San Francisco, she spoke out about it. One thing led to another. And she was in those photos with Riley Gaines and Sophie Cunningham, I think 1 week ago this weekend. All hell is broken loose on this now. She's got a lot of inside stuff on Twitter. What happens next? Why does it matter? Well, because if the WNBA continues, as I believe they will, to try to play this out, it's going to bleed into the midterms again. If they don't, and they say men can't play in the WNBA, then you got to count that as exactly the world of reality returns. She's next. Line up, give us that all-time photo. You're with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. For more than 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has helped people take charge of their health. And right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs. During their customer appreciation sale going on now, save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use that promo code VIP50. Whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas you know and trust, or experience the difference that Rescue can make for you the very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483 to speak with a product consultant ready to help you find the supplements that fit your health goals. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50%, get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. Just use that promo code VIP50, VIP50, RES-Q.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
The heat wave continues today with a high of 93, still hazy sun and humid. We stay hot tomorrow with a high of 92, but thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. We cool off into the 80s on Wednesday with a high expected of 82.
Harvest more from your savings. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rates won't last forever. Details at firstharvestcu.com/certificates. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. If you saw last weekend the photos of Sophie Cunningham, Riley Gaines, and Jennifer Say, right there in the center of it, and what a journey Jennifer Say has had from a Levi Strauss top executive. Then during COVID, some of the activism began, and now the CEO and founder of XXXY Athletics. We've talked with her several times about this, and I think those young girls previous weekend may have been wearing that. Jennifer's with us, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Hey, welcome back, Jen. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So take us inside that last weekend, then we'll catch up to You just cannot think like this WNBA commissioner. My goodness. What was last weekend like first with Sophie Cunningham, Riley, and you?
Last weekend, let me get my head straight, in Minneapolis. So
Yes.
not this past weekend, we were in Chicago, but
Right.
last weekend we were in Minneapolis. I brought Riley. That was the third. I'm not even going to call it a rally. It was sort of a celebration for Sophie. We want to just show her that she's appreciated and she is loved. The league won't support her. She should know her fans are thrilled with her outspokenness and unwillingness to bend a knee when challenged. So in Minneapolis, that was the third such event because Seattle and Portland happened before that. We got a great turnout. You know, we outnumbered the other side of crazy people at least 10-1. The other side looked insane, basically. I mean, they were led by a guy with a megaphone who just kept screaming in our faces and in our ears the most obscene. He was calling us the most obscene names you can imagine. These are the good people, right? So we were just there with balloons, having fun. Riley joined me to go inside the game. She was harassed by that guy. But I will tell you, Dom, when we got inside, people wanted pictures with us. They recognized her. People had brought her book for her to sign. People bought us drinks and snacks. So, the way ESPN wanted to reflect what was happening in the stadium in the broadcast was not the reality. The reality was there were a lot of people on Team Sophie. There were a lot of people on Team Biological Reality that were happy to have us there. At one point during halftime, we had a sign. Riley brought in a sign that I think said, "Thank you, Sophie," from a girl mom. Riley has a young daughter. And we were told by a security guard we could not have that sign. And I will tell you, we obeyed all the rules. We made it within the sizing specs that were on their website. It's not political. It just said, "Thank you, Sophie." And when we asked why we couldn't have the sign, the guy told us because it has a name on it, which is so dumb. I can't even, make sense of it, because people had "Go Caitlin," "Go this one," "Go that one." Like, people had lots of signs with names of their favorite players on them. So I think the way I would put it now is, the normies are unleashed. No one's afraid to speak out anymore and say men can't be women and girls and women deserve their own sports. But our institutions and the media are still trying to put a message forth that's like from 2020, that, all they flashed to in the crowd was people that had "Trans Kids Belong" shirts, and the coach who on Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Lynx coach who wore "Trans Kids Belong." They want to kind of co-opt, or they want to sort of disrupt our momentum and pretend that everyone's against us, and they're not. Everyone is with us. Everyone is for us. So it was interesting. It was my first WNBA game. I had a blast. Riley and I had so much fun that I decided to do it again, and we went to Chicago this past weekend.
Now, today, for listeners, you probably know this, Jen. I haven't seen you on Twitter today. It is the second anniversary of that, shall we call it, technical knockout of a woman by a male. And we played ESPN defending it and kind of saying the woman was a quitter. I mean, that they would go this far. Well, they do have to go this far, which brings us up to, are you surprised that the WNBA commissioner now is adjourning this task force?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, the WNBA is like running this business like total idiots, right? I mean, like, before any of this, they have this, excuse me, golden goose and Caitlin Clark. People show up to see her. They won't lead with her in the marketing. It's like, you've got this winning talent, this star that little girls are showing up to watch, and they just refuse to lead with her because it's not the star they want. So that's the first kind of business malpractice. Then, amidst all of these rallies and support for Sophie, they are just doubling down on this idea that men can be women. All they do, their talking points are about inclusion. Can I just say, professional women's basketball is not about inclusion. Less than 1% of college players make the WNBA. So this notion that sports, pro-level elite sports, are about inclusion is so stupid. I can't even with it. But they are coming out with all these dumb talking points. And now we have these two male former NBA players who are saying, "I read the rules. I'm declaring my eligibility to play in the WNBA. I'm basically a woman now." And so that's forcing the commissioner's hand to actually deal with this. So they're having a meeting this week, which I so wish I was a fly on the wall for, because I can't imagine how silly the whole thing is. But there's no good path forward for them, because, they either say, okay, we're going to test for sex so that they keep Ennis Cantor Freedom and the other guy out.
Yeah.
But they violate everything they've been saying, right? All they talk about is trans women are women, and this league is about inclusivity. What they would do is align with the International Olympic Committee, the Women's Tennis Association, and reality. So that would be good. I think that's what they should do, and they should say we were wrong, but we're doing it right now. Or they say everybody is welcome, and then they have to let these two men declare for the WNBA, which is like a total humiliation and embarrassment.
But
what I love,
they don't draft them then. That's what I think they'll try to do.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. Or they do some tweener where they say, well, we're just going to test for hormones, which is not, an answer. That sort of suggests that women are, that suggests that women are impaired men. I mean, could a man who has one hand then also try out for the WNBA? It's just such a dumb response. But you're totally right. They could leave what they have, and then, the bat signal goes out that we're just not recruiting these men. But I love what they've done. I love what these men have done because they've just highlighted and exposed the absurdity of this notion of self-ID. If you say you're a woman, you are, for all the world to see. And they're using humor to do it, which is what it deserves. They're mocking the people that need to be mocked here, in my opinion.
Well, without a doubt. And it's got to be good. You were way ahead of the curve with this. I mean, clothing. You were at a top level. But a clothing line like that, first time we have you on, it's novel. Does it have staying power? Now, everybody in the world seems like they want to wear it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, our sales have increased 6x in the last 2 weeks. So I've been waiting for this moment. I knew that a brand could influence the cultural conversation and move the Overton window. It's really easy to say you stand on team reality if you just wear a t-shirt and you don't have to say anything at all. And it makes it cool. That was my goal. I didn't know when it would happen, that it would blow up and everybody would feel comfortable, but that seems to be what's happening now. I knew that we could both be a part of making it normal and then cool, and then amplify that when it did happen. And that does, in fact, seem to be what's happening. I will say there's so many women who have been at this for 10 years, and I am so grateful to them. There are women who were screaming into the void back in 2015 and 2016 on this. Couldn't get any attention, couldn't get media attention when they showed up at NCAAs in 2022 when Will Thomas swam against Riley. But now everyone's showing up. There are still those who are trying to kind of vilify us, but no one's listening anymore because it's so dumb. No one's afraid anymore. We are emboldened.
Absolutely. Well, good for you, Jen. All these conversations have been well ahead of the curve. Where do we go for this brand that is amplifying all this?
You go to xx-xyathletics.com. And I want to tell your viewers and listeners, there's a lot of fake ones popping up. If you don't get it at xxxyathletics.com, it's not ours. That means if it's not ours, it's cheap, bad quality, probably made in China. It also means they're not supporting women athletes. They're not putting their money where their mouth is. They're just trying to make a buck off of you. We've been in the trenches with the women fighting this fight for a long time now. So make sure you get the real thing.
To that point, though, isn't that a amplification again when they're doing knockoffs of your product?
It's kind of a compliment. Yeah, yes. I'll give you that. It's kind of a compliment.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. It's annoying, but it what do they say? Imitation is the highest form of flattery. So
give us one more time where we go, Jen, would you please?
Go to xx-xyathletics.com. I'm also going to give you a shortcut that's like a vanity URL. thetruthfits.com. That's us.
Very nice. Jennifer, thank you very, very much. To be continued. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Jennifer Say here. All right, when they're imitating your products, coming up with knockoffs, that is a real good example. All right, coming up, I'm going to speak to the Young Republicans tomorrow night. Well, it's at a nightclub, so I have my nightclub material out. But I will I'll tell you how they're billing me, along with Joe Capozzi, the great state senator from Northeast Philadelphia. Not as the dean of talk radio. They're using another phrase. I don't know if this is better or worse. I'll tell you what that is. Yeah. It's 855-839-1210. Don't wait to crowd in with 30 seconds left in the show with that all-time photo. Don't say I'm waiting to see if they take this one. Don't game the system.
I don't understand that either. I'm waiting to see if they take this one. Then take it.
Right, exactly.
Like, that's how an NFL draft should be. It should be like, this guy, I want him. All right,
exactly, right, yes. Hit us with that all-time photo, particularly if you have a local one. I'd like to hear that. But there are some tremendous ones out there that have not been taken yet. 855-839-1210. 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
There's also different clientele at a casino Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. versus 2 a.m. on a Friday night. If you don't have money in your pocket, you shouldn't be allowed in a casino because so many people just loiter there, make it a bad experience for other people that are trying to have some fun with their disposable income. I'm always amazed by a 65-year-old grandmother who can sit at a slot machine for hours and just keep pulling the lever.
Yep.
It blows me away.
Look, they have buses from this area that take senior citizens early in the morning. You don't have to go to Atlantic City. You go to parks.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,346.76.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh. No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, so I'm watching this guy, and I think it's with Colin Cowherd. I'm a little, yeah, it is with Cowherd, saying, once again, I really doubt that this trans issue is going to be one of the top 20 issues coming into the election. They want to try to take these wild positions and then tell us, why do people care about this? I know people care about this. I don't care anymore why they care about it. I want to win. I think it's both the right thing and the right political thing. We saw this in 2024. And again, you're going to hear this. Now, this is blowing up into that, just like we told you, the commie thing, the fraud thing that we talked about last week. All right, so Henry, the dean of talk radio with the Young Republicans, or the godfather of talk radio.
Oh, it's got to be Godfather.
Oh, you like the Godfather,
yeah.
right? I don't know that I'm the godfather of talk radio. That's Dominic Quinn and Irv Homer. May they rest in peace.
Come on, don't sell yourself short.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, those two guys were, you wouldn't believe talk radio back then, the stuff that went on.
Well, I wouldn't call yourself the king because Linda Evans will call you out on that.
No, that's right. Yes. All right. Well, you know what? I'll take the king. And then Linda Evans or Linda Kearns might.
One of those.
Joe, just put up on the bench, the king of talk radio. That's better than the godfather.
You don't want to be the Don of talk radio?
There you go. That's where I was going to go, the Don. Yeah. Now, Capozzi's Italian, so there's no mafia bias there at all. It's at a club called Midnight and what the heck? I know it's on Sampson Street. I've been there.
Yeah,
I think.
Got the club going up on a Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to stop by, Henry. It's like 5 minutes from your house. I think. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, awesome.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
1500 Sampson. Yeah. I'm going to park here and walk over. I'm not paying for anything.
All right.
Let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil. Good afternoon.
And good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to y'all.
There we go.
Okay, thank you, Phil.
So all I got to say is these leftists are so out of control, but I see their wall cracking, mainly because their names are coming out and that latest thing with the health care. So it isn't free. Nothing is free. And I think their constituents, their followers, have got to start recognizing it now that even they're admitting it.
Well, exactly. And tip of the day to these moderators who don't moderate, Phil, when they say we want to tax millionaires, ask them what percentage. What percentage do you want to just tell us the number? Don't hide the number. They don't know the number that would be effective for them, and they don't want to say it if they did know it. Just ask simple questions of specific facts, and the American public will be happy.
Well, I was really impressed that at least she pressed them. So what about under $1 million?
Right.
So little by little, they're opening the book to their true basic intentions that, hey, people, don't you know nothing's free and you're going to end up paying for it? And your point exactly, it's going to be substandard, wait 2 months, and then you're dead anyway. So look at how much you're saving.
Absolutely. What's your side today, Phil?
Well, when I think of famous pictures, going back to the hairband days, Led Zeppelin, it was the Hindenburg. So you get all aspects. You get a world picture renowned, and you get Led Zeppelin. What's better than that?
And it's relatively local. Yeah, so that's a good one. All right, that's what we're looking for. That all-time photo. I don't know this guy, Henry. I don't know if he's a sports guy. Danny Parkins.
Yeah.
Oh, he is?
Yeah,
okay.
he is. I like him.
So he's on with Cowherd, and he says, your North Star isn't protecting women in all cases. This is because Sophie Cunningham has done or will do a UFC thing, carrying the card in, I guess, one of those things.
Yeah, she's done that.
Yeah. I personally, he says, don't get the sense one of the 20 biggest issues facing our country is going to be trans athletes coming into women's sports. Okay, buddy. Again, in the sports setting, I guess he thinks that's appropriate. But as far as an issue, many issues are the issue itself, but many times an issue is a proxy. It's a proxy for some other big construct. And the reason the trans issue is such a good proxy, it illustrates the denial of reality. It's something we can see. The bathrooms. We're not going to see guys going into women's, girls' bathrooms at high school. You're not going to see that footage. But it just rubs people the wrong way. They just don't want it. They can't imagine. And it's a proxy for where the left would go in any number of issues. Denial of reality. So, yeah, the numbers are not great. By and large, it's only random that girls are hurt in this sense, like the one girl in the volleyball thing. I'd say all that. Why is it such a big issue? Okay, if you want to debate that, continue to do it. I know that it is. And I know that Republicans have to do better. Henry, I'll go to you because I am not for Mexican food at all.
Oh, really?
Had nothing to do with Mexican.
Wow.
Just, oh, my God.
I guess it's not that surprising.
The gaseous nature of it doesn't appeal to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's part of the deal.
Yeah, just so we have among Republicans, I wanted to get into this, the $20 burrito thing. A burrito costs $20 now at Chipotle?
Is it really?
Okay, I thought you might know.
No, that's news to me. I mean, I know probably as high as 15 if you get a lot of fixings.
Apparently 20.
20.
So you had on one hand Mark Thiessen, who's a pundit, and Dan Crenshaw is the congressman who suffered that grievous eye injury, both saying, stop whining, Generation Z. Get out there, pinch your pennies and all that, and stop buying $20 burritos as if it's like avocado toast.
Yeah.
You have people on the other hand saying, Republicans are in denial. You got to be real, and I agree with this, you got to be really sensitive, and Trump has not been on the affordability thing.
Correct.
You have to, it's just like this guy with the transgender thing. Okay, buddy, you want to tell it shouldn't be a big deal. Say it all that you want. It is a big deal to people.
It is a big deal. It's a huge deal. I
Yeah,
mean, you should be able to go out and get a burrito and not feel like, oh, man, I just broke the bank eating lunch.
Exactly.
It is ridiculous.
Well, I would agree. But why is Chipotle charging $20? And I have a restaurant story that involves Rose. She may be listening and call in. Be ready for that text.
Okay.
Where she's on the case, I kind of said, let it go. Usually I'm the one that says, we're not a place we like at the shore. And all right, I'll give you the play on that. But the burrito, is a burrito $20? And if so, what should Republicans say about that? Don't dodge it. Republicans, we got the ball field is set up. It's playing out well. We've said this many times. I like what they're going to do at their midterm. The problem, the one gap here is this connection to affordability. Yeah, but Democrats, I understand all that. Got to have a better answer, though. Is a burrito $20? All that next on Talk Radio 1210.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the birds, Merrill Reese, at Merrill Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Merrill Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Late summer heat has hit Philly hard and August humidity is peaking. Don't let your energy bills skyrocket before taking action on failing windows. Call the pros at Window Nation right now. Throughout August, get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 full years. Upgrade to energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. They install in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat, protect your budget, and save big today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com. Your South Jersey used car supercenter wants you to save big this month on their enormous selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. Don't want to pay a lot? No problem. They have dozens of vehicles priced under $25,000. Don't have a down payment? No problem. They work with dozens of banks and will work hard to get you approved for the vehicle of your dreams. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com. Hit the road with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer auto loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms, as well as auto lease buyout options. Plus, enjoy no payments for the first 2 months. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Senators and their lack of hard work make teachers look like hardscapers. You know, it's one thing if you're teaching high-end AP courses in 12th grade where you have a bunch of future Ivy League students and you're in a good school district. If you're in a public school district and every day is a battle just to get them to even show up for class, I feel bad for some of those teachers because compared to a senator, they're grinding. Think about that. 14 of the next 21 weeks on recess. But then I got to sit there and say, well, we got Todd Blanche confirmed. We knew Todd Blanche would get confirmed, right?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. All right, so the $20, I'm not sure how long, if they've just started it or not. You know, this is life and death at times. Eddie Pollock, if you remember that name and that story, and how egregious it was. But this has to be a system that is like the nuclear weapon phone and all that. That's what it should be run like. People's lives depend on this. And even when we had O'Reilly and I getting it, AI is going to cure cancer, up and down. I'm going to ask him that again in September. His next book will be out. I don't know if it's another evil book or not, but I'll ask about AI. So in these suburban communities where this is going on, is it purely cost and disruption, or is it the bigger AI thing that's out there? So along comes Josh Shapiro. This guy is brilliant. He jumps into the ring. He grabs up all that Amazon and all these others, puts on the pom-pom, shaves the legs for AI. Stacey Garrity comes along, asks for a moratorium, hits him a bit with it. And even the Inquirer has a story today. Mr. AI, Josh Shapiro, is fine with it, even for government services. But then the article talks about built into the contracts are protecting the big union, the SEIU, the service workers, millions of, I don't know if they have a million or not, but they probably have something like that. So this guy, once again, skates. And what are they going after over the weekend, Stacey Garrity? A couple of these podunk TV shows had her on somewhere in Pennsylvania, and they're screaming at her. She's an election denier with Trump again, and Josh Shapiro's all over this. I've never seen any candidate, in Pennsylvania at least, be the darling of the media like Josh Shapiro. They just cannot get enough of this guy. The run against him is such a battle. He brings in unbelievable amounts of money from all these characters. And what do they say? Oh, boy, Stacey Garrity can't raise money. Look at Josh Shapiro. I thought people on the left used to attack you if you raised that money. Be suspect of it. All right, the burrito thing really got into J.D. Vance calling this Mark Thiessen fat, among other things, because apparently the argument was that a burrito can cost $20. I think it was Chipotle, too, top of the brand, the thing you would expect. And affordability then. Why does a burrito cost $20? What are the reasons? That'd be a great debate. Is it the tariffs, as they started throwing out there? And the argument of Thiessen and Dan Crenshaw was stop whining and go out there and cook at home more. You know, we got to at least not have a tin ear on the affordability issue. I don't care how much bravado you have. Put it aside. I got one thing in mind, winning. And every time I see General Jack Kane on Fox with Brian Kilmeade, who I love, Brian Kilmeade, they keep on talking, well, if Trump finds an off-ramp here, Iran is just going to be more violent. President Trump, apparently, and I believe this, is ready to say we've stopped their nuclear program, so we're not going to go forward with an agreement with them. My argument would be you're not going to trust their agreement anyhow. We're going to tell them, you move forward on this, we're going to blow you up again. But somebody is asleep at the wheel here, including Trump. This is the thing that could be determinative of the midterms. And guys like General Jack Kane and a bunch of these others, they don't get that. We got to win the midterms. You know, we can come back and take care of Iran at some point in the future, if need be. Well, it will need be. But if we don't win the midterms, where are we? Is there any doubt that that's more important? So what I'm saying is, whatever the deal is, to be able to move on from this in some reasonable way, it's hard for me to even see what the deal is, though, based upon all the stuff going back and forth. The key is opening up the Strait of Hormuz. And not this mythical, it is open. And then, what's really the miscalculation here? And I'm not sure how far it goes with the American military. We've heard about it for quite a bit. We've miscalculated in a situation like this how powerful drone warfare can be. In other words, these are relatively low cost, can do a lot of damage, including psychological damage, meaning the world's insurance companies are not going to insure you coming through the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're finally picking up and working with the Ukrainians, which we should have been all along, to tap into how to do this most effectively. They're doing it against the Russians very effectively. The cost could be $20,000 to a munition that's $500,000 or $1 million or more. And what are we blowing up with this that is effectively bringing the Iranians to the table that they can't withstand it? So we either have to hit something that is going to make it almost impossible for the regime to survive, or figure out some deal. But if we are sitting here, if I had to bet, do I think come, say, let's take another date, Labor Day. We go to all these holidays. Are we going to have some kind of settlement where the strait is open and it looks like we move forward and things are easing up energy? I'd say no. It just doesn't seem to be an urgency to do that. And it seems like, once again, the Iranians have all the time in the world with the midterms ticking. It makes this difficult. I'd like to even hear people that are more inside this say, well, would we be willing to do X, whatever X is, that might damage them so much that we'd have a shot with this? We don't even know what X is. So should we kid each other? We'll win the midterms. I've been trying all day, and I think he pushed it to the wall over the weekend, going back and forth with him, Scott Presler, to see these weasel Republicans just get out of Dodge, despite how bad that looks. Here is Joey Jones on Fox on one of their big weekend shows, arguing with this rhino Senator Marshall. And Marshall's trying to make the case, why would we blame the Republicans in this? The Democrats wouldn't even vote for voter ID. Here's that exchange.
You can understand frustration when you consider having something to take to the campaign against Democrats as a legislative win on voter ID when the actual cause for concern for Americans is the Save America Act. And it's not Democrats that's stopping the Save America Act from getting voted on and passing. It's your Republican colleagues. Coming out of this recess, you've got those lame duck colleagues or the ones that are in states, potentially Maine, that may not want to vote for it for those reasons. I mean, do you see any way, if you're being honest and truthful with me, we're just two people talking in a room, do you see any way the Save America Act, as it exists today, without major changes, becomes law before this Congress is over?
Well, Joey, I would say it's a really uphill battle, and only with President Trump at the helm is there even a chance of doing that. But I want to at least set the record straight here. Yesterday, all 52 Republicans voted in favor of voter ID, and there's some version of the SAVE Act that we can get at least 50 votes as well. And you and I both know that we should be talking about the Democrats right now. We cannot get one Democrat to vote in favor of voter ID, let alone proof of citizenship or doing anything with mail-in ballots. That they're the problem. So I don't understand, why we want to pick on the Republicans, why there's this Republican on Republican violence right now. But let me finish that. So the big issue here is why can't we get through? Should we do something where we flip the habits of the Senate where it takes 60 votes to do something?
Well, for one, you're talking about the filibuster. I don't know. I don't know if you should or not. I'm not a historian. I'm just an American trying to make it in this world, watching our elections look more and more fraudulent every time they happen, and knowing that there's very little that can be done about it, but yet the president has backed this piece of legislation. Now, there are pieces of it that I understand concern, but you're not having that debate. The debate is on whether or not these 3 or 4 of your colleagues will come to the table and put their vote out into the daylight and take all the arrows for it. The reason why we're talking about Republicans is because I expect Democrats to let me down on legislation I believe in. I expect Democrats to let me down when I didn't vote for any of them. But with these Republicans, especially from states like North Carolina or wherever it may be, they really should have to answer their constituents, even on their way out, why they won't vote for what might be the most popular piece of legislation President Trump has backed. Don't you think that's the case?
I think I agree with everything you said there, but again, all 52 Republicans voted yesterday in favor of voter ID, and I think there's versions of everything else
enough
in the
with
Save
Marshall
America.
Here. It's not about voter ID. We get that. It's about the citizenship stuff based upon what we've already found in states like New Jersey and I believe somewhat in Pennsylvania. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time photo. Abbey Road dropped by the Beatles around this time. Coming up, I'll give you a little bit more on this restaurant story. The $20 burrito, though, it became symbolic this last week of Republicans having to find some connection on the affordability thing. On most fronts, it's a winning hand here. Is that enough, though, to push Democrats over the top in the midterms? And the Iran war just meandering along is not going to get it done. I don't believe we're going to win the midterms if we're still in Iran in the manner that we are now with all the stuff that will go with it. I don't think you believe that either. What is it that is stopping any kind of off-ramp here? Not easy. And you could have predicted that going in, that it wouldn't be easy. But I think it illustrated the new world of warfare, drone warfare, makes it, particularly when you're dealing with the Strait, something that you really have to consider. How are you going to have leverage over them in any way, shape, or form? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending $10,000 on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly hasn't.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Bob Pusick. I started with Crash Proof in 2019. To all my friends and neighbors, now it might be a good time for you to take what you've made on the market and put it in something that's more secure. It's very important when you get to our age to have some guarantee. Social Security is no guarantee, and most companies don't give pensions anymore. With the Crash Proof system, I average around 5 to 6% per year. I'm still living off the interest. My principal has not changed. Matter of fact, it's grown. I can start planning now for exactly what I need next year, like traveling or repairs for the house. And I can do all this planning because I know I'm going to be making money next year. Even if the cost of living goes up, you can still afford to do what you want to do and know it is not going to be dependent on the market. You can't be more secure than that.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us on the side question, too. All-time photo Abbey Road dropped around this period of time. And again, expectations on Republicans coming through on this is they are just believing that you can't take them out in primaries, or any number of them are leaving public life. And then there's Murkowski and Collins, and this is what we have to deal with every single time. Imagine, too, we've had proof that non-citizens, don't know how many yet, I think tens of thousands or more, have voted in the last election in New Jersey. It takes a while to unearth all this stuff, but slowly but surely we're getting to the bottom of it. And yet, that is not something they have the stomach for, that they can't push it over the finish line. Every excuse, every manipulation possible. And they won't do it before the midterms. And John Thune just believes, he's solid with these guys and women. He's solid in his state, in his Senate seat. So he's going to outlast Trump and the Trump revolution. All right, let's go to Mark in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mark.
Hi there. How are you?
Good.
Question. How many you have proof of all those non-citizens voting?
Well, I don't know. Whoa. You asked a question. Well, Mikey Sherrill can answer that. She's the one that told us they voted. Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey, stipulated how many voted. We don't know if that's the end of it. We suspect it's a lot more, but we do know that, right, Mark?
Well, you keep calling this the voter idea.
Well, no, you didn't answer the question, Mark. That's the way it works. Do you agree with me when you stipulate we do know they voted?
We do, and Mikey Sherrill was honest and upright, and she did state that.
Well,
However,
she wasn't honest or upright. Just let me add that she was under a directive that she had to give up that information.
You're not letting me talk, but why would I be surprised? You only want the regurgitated right-wing nonsense.
I don't want that, but I know where you're going.
So then allow me to talk. This
well,
is free
talk.
speech.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, you keep calling this the Voter ID Act. It's not. I show my voter ID, my license, every time I vote in Pennsylvania.
I'm glad that you do that because we don't have that law across the country, Mark. And it's more than that.
I agree with you that we should have that part. But asking people to go get, in a short notice, their birth certificates and all that, that's a difficult thing, and it takes away people's vote. This is a voter suppression act.
It is not a voter suppression. We're back, Mark. You've admitted that non-citizens are voting. Even one is canceling Mark's vote. You don't want that, and I don't want that for you.
I agree. Very, very few, though. Now, here's my other issue, which I happen to agree with you upon, because my daughters were student athletes. They both played sports in college, and I do agree with you about men playing in women's sports. However, it isn't a great big deal. You guys constantly make a deal out of it. You scream about it. I heard you yesterday. You mentioned it like 50, or not yesterday, I'm sorry, Friday. You mentioned it like 15 times. This isn't that big of an issue that you keep haranguing people with it.
Well, tell
you're better
that,
than Dom.
Tell that to
you're
the American
better than
people.
This.
Okay, Mark, tell that to the American people who it is a big issue, or just tell it to the other side to stop doing it. Then we won't have this conversation.
Okay, now here's my third. You're allowing me to talk. I appreciate it. I happen to be Jewish, and I support Israel. However, I don't support your Islamophobia that goes on. I have heard you say many times, making fun of names. That's not a good thing to do. If somebody called you Guido, like I just said, you wouldn't like it very much either. It's not a nice way to do. It's not nice.
Wait a minute. So we're not supposed to say the guy's name.
Yesterday, I listened to Nancy Mace spout. She wants all immigrants, not migrants, not illegals, should be deported. I heard her say that this is only a Christian state. Now, I happen to be Jewish.
Well, Mark, but that's
the same as anybody else to my religion.
Okay, Nancy Mace is not in good standing here. You should know that listening. Thank you, though, Mark. Yeah, but don't cite Nancy Mace to me. Certainly not in good standing. Says wild stuff. I mean, jumped in with the death of Lindsey Graham to say she was available 30 seconds after she heard about it. So, I speak for myself. No, we ought to be able to say the guy's name. We have, to Mark's point, again this morning now, on 2 or 3 shows, we have the Attorney General Nessel of Michigan, who is Jewish, talk about how dangerous this guy's rhetoric is, anti-Semitism in the party, how dangerous it is. Takes a lot to speak out against a fellow Democrat in Michigan on this. She wouldn't even go to their Democratic convention because of this. They're the ones with this huge problem. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. This whole trans thing is a big deal. Again, it's not just about the number of boys or men in girls' sports. It's about the fact this is a proxy of the entire picture of what Democrat crazy is about. And if you remember with Kamala Harris, the problem was not only the trans thing. These were so-called gender-affirming care for people that were here illegally for millions of dollars. And by the way, I read again this morning, the Texas Children's Center making the point that they are doing this detransition center because of the damage that was done by their institution and others. And a major one that still arrogantly continues to defy the science is CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They're disgraceful. They will say they're the only one with the courage and I guess the deep pockets enough to fight the Trump administration. How about gender affirming care? This is all wrapped in together. The reason the sports thing gets such play is it's visible. Anybody can identify with that. You have, sadly, a lot of people, we talked about this in the last election, that don't listen to talk. They don't care about any of this stuff. But when it's pointed out to them that it's come to the point that you're having someone play against girls, take away their rightful place to have honor and play sports, they react to it. I wish they paid attention to every issue, that this wasn't something that catches their attention, but it does. And winning elections means catching the attention of people about what's going on. And one of the reasons the Republicans have such a good chance this time is because the Democrat Party is viewed in as crazy on any number of issues, and they say it themselves. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. But what Republicans have to do is have a more compelling answer to issues that involve affordability. And they're not help when they wince at that and pretend like they're not difficulties. Big numbers of the economy, big sections are booming, doing really well. But that's not necessarily across the board. It is better than Biden, yes. But that doesn't mean it's enough to be winnable. And when Mike Johnson was on, I thought he was pretty good with us. I didn't hear a really cogent strategy, though, on affordability. I like what they're doing in the midterms. Fraud, communism, the trans issue, the issue of just general craziness that's out there. There are several places to go. And this guy in Michigan, he's the gift that keeps on giving. I'll give it. This guy is cocky beyond belief. And I think Republicans have to step up to the plate. Trump goes after him. What does he say? How about you and Melania? Wow. I mean, you talk about bringing right down Broadway, which I like. I don't stint away from that. That's why this guy needs to be faced head on here. That's why I think Fetterman was calling him Little Man Complex. I think he meant it literally with this guy. Now you can see it, right? He knows what this guy's about.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This guy is not fooling around. It's like Chris Rabb calling Hannity Scott. They're playing with. All right, let's go to G in South Jersey hanging in. Hey, G, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Well, it's great they listened to the great Dom of the radio station today. I thought that was cute when you said that. Well, thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome, G.
Yeah, hopefully, if you call yourself the Dom of the radio, people will remember your name.
Yeah, okay, I will say that, the Dom of the radio.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I like
Very good. I wish I'd thought of it. But anyway.
Well, in 30 seconds when you hang up, I'll have taken full credit for it. That's a talk radio law, so I'll give you credit now.
That's fine.
And then who was this G? What was that about? That was never happened.
Anyway, I think the reason they have the $20 burritos is to try to make up the losses, because it seems like anytime there's a health problem with the restaurants, Chipotle is in the beginning of the line. It's like,
yeah, that's
it's
right.
crazy.
They're in areas.
Every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Every 5 minutes, there's something you're going to get there that's going to make you sick or worse.
You know what? That's an interesting reason that I think is fair. Anytime there is one of these outbreaks, it's probably related to products that they could be using, so they have to hit up the price. Yeah.
Exactly. And, it's fairly obvious. It's just like, who would spend $20 on a burrito?
I'll ask you, Henry, you're not spending $20 on a burrito, are you?
Absolutely not, no.
Kirk, you look like
you were
by
the way, I think,
there.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I think Henry came up with the Dom of the radio, so Henry should have credit.
Nicely done.
Okay. Thank you, G. Well, he certainly doesn't get it. He's under contract with Greg Stocker, all rights and all.
I can renegotiate soon. We might
it might be in there.
That's
I have
fine.
to look at.
I got your back, Henry.
You hear Greg Stocker? Do you think his screening process is resulting in great producers, or is there something amiss here?
What the?
The producers are wonderful. I just wish we'd get a good, solid 3 to 6.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, G.
All
No.
right, Chief. What's your side?
My side is on a less happy note. Back during the move confrontation, when one of the head honchos for the movement came out bare-chested with an infant strapped to his chest, holding a gun, glaring at all the police officers, daring somebody to shoot him. That was burned into my brain forever. I couldn't think of a more hateful, despicable act on live television. I couldn't believe it. I was just standing there, my jaw dropped. I just couldn't believe it.
Thank you, G. That is an unbelievable. Well, there's several. There's at least 3 or 4 move photos. Can you imagine the geniuses, Henry, that said, and Kirk, yeah, you guys weren't doing, I don't know if Kirk was, but I wasn't in talk radio then. It was just on the cusp of Dom time, just by a little bit.
Before.
Wow.
And I was telling Ro, I wish I were there covering it. 10,000 shots are being fired. And she was like, what are you talking about? Is dropping a bomb on a roof that they had doused with gas, and there were gas cans up there. The guy leaning out of the helicopter with the satchel, and they dropped the bomb. My God.
Yeah, that's
among other things. And then they rebuild the houses, and they're not up to code or whatever. They're falling down after all that because of the inside deal with the contractor on top of it. And that went on. Ambulances were not allowed to go up the block or anything like that. And they had livestock. Picture row houses with livestock running around. That's what it was like. Yeah, that's move.
Holy crap.
So I have them in studio years later arguing this. A studio at WWDB, about a third of the size of this studio, with 15 people like that, the lawyers, Ramona, Africa, whatever. Sweat, pour, oh my God. This was beyond hand-to-hand combat. I didn't have enough microphones for this. So anything but move. Those photos are unbelievable. All right. You heard Mark's call. A lot of people responding to that. That's fine. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. All-time photo. Hit us with that. And the $20 burrito. Again, there are too many Republicans on this. Crenshaw, Thiessen, they're telling now, do I think this is going to be the midterms? AOC and others saying this is going to be the youngest voting bloc is going to turn out ever. We hear that every time. Maybe in a presidential race, we're going to see one of those things. Do I think it'll happen? So I ask you, Henry, a lot of your friends, are they voting? I don't care who they vote for. Are they voting?
No.
Yeah. Depending on voters your age is a sure way to defeat.
Yeah.
In the midterms.
Oh, midterms? Yeah, no one.
There's only one demographic. Younger women, taking away abortion.
Right.
That always works.
Yeah, the
Just
people you
say
see
that.
on the streets with signs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe a presidential race, maybe in 2028. In a midterm race, that's where it is the voter that votes most of the time that's coming out. 855-839-1210, you get in. You know, let's talk to people who, for years, many times they could be women in the family, taking care of the family. You know, putting aside other things for themselves, taking care of children, parents, making sure everyone else was okay. Well, a healthy, beautiful smile is an investment in yourself and your confidence. Time for that to consider. That's not vanity. That's what you get with my guy, Dr. Benz. So whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, you don't have to keep on putting it off. Dr. Robert Benz and Dr. Emily Benz, board-certified prosthodontists, specialize in complex restorative and cosmetic dentistry. Tremendous expertise. You've heard me tell you about my dental implants with Dr. Benz, veneers, crowns, full mouth rehab. It's all there. Smile. Your smile is a critical thing. You've seen the ads on TV. Even they get it. How important a smile is to a person. And enjoying meals, laughing freely, and feeling like yourself again. You spent a lifetime investing in the people you love. Now you're investing in yourself. Start with the smile. Get that consultation right now. Get that evaluation with Dr. Benson and Dr. Emily Bentz with the Bentz Dental Group. Call 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus summer sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hair Volume for New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Weather sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage.
The heat wave continues today with a high of 93, still hazy sun and humid. We stay hot tomorrow with a high of 92, but thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. We cool off into the 80s on Wednesday with a high expected of 82.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we will get you on board. This is cut 24. I wanted a brief one here. Here's one of the anti-Sophie Cunningham protesters. Would you watch? I think most of America would, if somehow or another Ennis Cantor, Ennis Freedom, gets into play in the WNBA in any way, shape, or form. And here's one of the protesters, Ennis Freedom and Sophie Cunningham, making the point they would lose anyhow. Cut 24.
The truth is trans women are women, and so if they would like to play women's sports, then that would be something that they should do as women.
A few former
NBA first-round picks came out yesterday and declared for the WNBA draft. Are you supportive of them?
Yeah, so if they truly were trans, then I would be perhaps supportive of them, but they're not.
Who determines who's really a woman, though?
I would say I would love to see them play against Asia Wilson and beat her. I doubt they would. So thank you so much.
Showed some basketball knowledge there,
Yeah,
but avoiding
Asia Wilson, yeah.
but
she's
right,
a woman.
That's right. Avoiding the question though, what are the metrics? And the rule is this. Let me just all these years doing the show, it's the metrics all the time. Fancy word, the details. When you get down to the details, when we argue over specifics, that's when we get to the truth. You can say anything that you want. You can say, hope, change, Obama. But when it gets down to what is the specific, how does the specific work? Even though on the right, there are things that are not going to specifically work, this is not going to work either. So we had Jennifer say on making the point, what will probably happen here is she thinks they will, she said something, Henry, I picked up on, and then she went over it. I could see them trying to talk about something hormonal.
Right.
Yeah, and they'll get away with it, even though that would be diminishing to women. That's what makes a woman out of this in order to skirt the issue, because then you'd have to do some process where you didn't have as much testosterone in order to compete. And these guys probably couldn't meet that almost no matter what they did.
Yeah.
And that's how we'll get out of it. If they play around with that, they're still going to be sued. I don't think it'll work. Will people be critical, though? No. They want any out here. They want to continue this fiction. And even though that woman knew a little bit of basketball, she didn't want to answer the question, what is the determinant of this? Why have we gone away from the obvious determinants? Kind of surprised in their league rules, they didn't put anything in that speaks to this. So is that what they're going to do in this meeting? Just fill in the blanks with it and try to come up with that. 855-839-1210. Closer to home here in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, one of the few things like abortion that he stands behind is trans people in sports. Men, boys, whatever, playing in sports. Why would we deny them? The whole type of thing. Listen for him and these others who are a bit more cunning to talk about, well, we'll leave that up to local officials. What the heck does that mean? How are they going to determine it? Remember when Dr. Oz said that? And he's told me off air, yeah, Don, what the hell was I thinking of about abortion? It should be determined by the woman, her doctor, and local political officials. What the heck? Could you see Sherelle Parker? Yes, you can get an abortion. No, you can't.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she's a judge almost.
Yeah, like a judge of abortions.
Picturing like The Dark Knight Rises, like that guy. Being like, all right,
Yeah.
death or exile, what do you want?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, down the ice. But with him, he has said that. We have to go to the local officials, PIAA, yada, yada, yada. What they're trying to do is they are trying to find an off-ramp that seems smart here. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the WNBA does. Kevin in Kenneth Square is next, though. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Dom. I just, more than anything, wanted to just comment on terminology that we sometimes use. I'm guilty of it, and it's the term radical Islam. In my mind, to a large extent, Islam in and of itself is kind of radical if you really compare it to other religions. The other religions want you to convert. They will come out and they will try to convince you. Christianity does it. Judaism does it. Islam, in their Quran, in and of itself, says that the infidels will die. So either you're going to convert or you'll die. One more point I want to make was El Sayed. I'm not sure if you saw this, but he had an imam there giving an Islamic prayer. They translated it. I'm assuming I read the translation correctly, and it actually said the words, killing infidels. So, you know, in my mind, Islam is playing the long game. Iran, just like Iran, playing the long game. The idea is to convert or die. So that's just wanted to get your thoughts on that and tell you my pet peeve about that terminology.
Yeah, well, I don't know that every American, certainly the large share, thank God, of Muslims in this country would subscribe to that. But I think this guy does, and I think this guy crawls with it, and it is part of the grand plan. And the most interesting thing here is the attitude toward religion, to diminish the role of women. Outward dress is just a perfect example. You go to Dearborn, Michigan, it looks as if we're in a third world country. How in the world do feminists square that up? And the deal is they can't, but these two strange authoritarian allies, the DSA, the socialist communists, and Sharia law types, they're in it together.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is pretty amazing when you look at women's rights, when you look at gay rights, and all that, Islam has against gays. It's pretty amazing to see that hypocrisy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin. That's one of the reasons why I think Mike Rogers ought to debate this guy and be ready to go into certain critical areas like this. I'll give this guy Michigan credit, though. I think he'll try to deflect. He's got to do that a little bit. But by and large, you come at him, Trump comes after him, he goes after the Trump marriage. Mike Rogers says something, he says, oh, buddy, 5 debates. Now, Victoria Coates the other day said, no, I wouldn't do that. You look like you're the underdog, too. I don't think that way. I think we're going right down Broadway with this guy. Now, maybe that's not good political strategy. It's informed by South Philly. Do people not rally to that? Take that, you punk. Or do they go, no, I want a Republican Senator, Dom, who plays the long game with this guy. Let him say all this stuff. We can take it. Just run TV ads against him. I can tell, Henry, you're on the side. It says go down Broadway.
Well, it's like if you're going to put up or shut up in like a debate scenario like you're putting out there, you better put up big to start with or else it's over.
Oh, yeah. You got to go for anything right at this point. You got to be buttoned up. And you got to know 3 or 4 moments where you're really going to go after.
Yeah, and that's what that's what I kind of lean towards. Let them talk, get some more data, some more talking points, some more quotes, and then when the time comes, just attack.
Okay. Well, I think he's going to give you less of that now. He gave all these in the primary. Now he's trying to modify and backpedal a little bit. He can't do it, though. He just can't bring himself to do it. All right, 855-839-1210. Quick story. So Ro always gets a side dish, this restaurant we go to. She gets salmon, but she gets some pasta on the side.
Yeah.
They say it's $3. They asked her last night, what gravy do you want? They said sauce on it.
Of course.
And she just said marinara. I mean, they charge $4 more when we get the bill because marinara takes more to do. We always assumed it would be marinara on it versus ordinary gravy.
Huh. You assumed it'd be ordinary marinara?
Well,
I feel like I wouldn't assume that. I think it's fair to assume you wouldn't get charged $4 for it.
Well, I mean, why didn't they say, well, if you get marinara, that'll be $4 more.
Extra. Yeah, you got to give a courtesy.
Yeah, if you're specifying what gravy do you want on it, you got to say.
I never even heard of that.
You got to say, oh, that's going to be a couple bucks more. Is that okay?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They charge you for wow.
Yeah, for a type of gravy.
You should have stayed at home.
And they called it sauce, not gravy on top. I'm going to put an excise tax on them the next time we're there.
You kids with your $30 salmon, your $7 side pastas.
That's right.
Stay home.
That's right. Get Mark Thiessen over here. He'll tell these guys, stop complaining. You should have asked about the marinara. Would you have asked that? Because we've got it all other types of times.
Yeah,
I would think like meatballs or sausage or something like that. But
okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, either way, you got to let a guy know.
Just exactly tell him. Right. That's all. All right, if Ro texts you, Henry, now I put her onto the trail of this. All right,
be on the lookout.
Right. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, my God. I have another break to go before Paula Scanlon's here. Yes, we got carried away with the marinara sauce. Thank you very much.
Go another 10 minutes.
I got to go to Zeno's to get a ruling on here. Any matter that might have culinary implications in Upper Darby, you always got to go with the Greeks on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zeno's, thanks for being early today.
Yes, good afternoon, Dom, you and Henry and the whole crew, and Yasu and Chow. Of
course.
Yes, what would you like under my my culinary expertise?
Oh, okay. Well, so we're at the restaurant. Ro gets this all the time, just a little side of pasta. Suddenly they start telling her it's $3. We kind of always knew that. What kind of gravy, what kind of sauce would you like on it? She says, marinara would be fine, which is a common thing. And they charge her $4 more for it.
No, they shouldn't. Well, the marinara, that's a specific.
Yeah.
It's a specific sauce. And Dom, again, it's sauce.
It's not gravy.
There we go.
All of it is sauce. And you went to Italy, Dom, and you know when you talk to restaurateurs there, they don't refer to that as gravy. I don't think in Italian, I know in Greek, I could be wrong, there is no word for gravy. It's sauce.
Well, that's pretty deficient on the part of the Greeks. We're going to have to work on that. Well, Zenos, I don't care about going to Rome or Calabria. I'm going to South Philly with you, and they're going to tell you what it is.
Well, I know if I'm down there, Dom, I'm going to be a Roman, and it's going to be gravy until I get out of Philadelphia. Then it's back to sauce again.
Why not?
What's your
you
side
know
today?
What I mean?
Yep, what's your side?
My side, I'm going to do real fast. The gentleman that was just talking to you, he criticized you for calling these guys out for what they were, like Madami with the crazy commie Madami with the salami, and he's saying we're not being professional. Well, where are the Democrats, Dom, when they're calling a president of the United States the most heinous name that you can call a president is Hitler? Where was he complaining about that? That's what I mean with these guys, Dom. They're all one way, and that's why I can't really stand it. And the media would not even back you up on that. And he's criticizing you and us and conservatives. Where is he to criticize? That's the most heinous thing that you can call a president.
That is the worst, and it's routine. So, Zenos, what's your photo today?
My photo is a famous photo, Dom. You know how I am with the armed service. Is Douglas MacArthur. He's with a wrinkled up shirt. I think he had the 5 o'clock shadow at 2 in the afternoon, and he made Hiro Hoto come to his headquarters for that photograph, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe Henry, he can do his magical, Google box and he can find out. But I know that's a famous picture. He made the emperor come to him.
All righty. Thank you, Zenos. Well, I think his picture of coming ashore in the Philippines is probably the classic. But I think there's a Hirohito photo with him, too, something like that.
Yeah, there is one.
Yeah.
Like that now.
All right, we'll put that one down. Paula Scanlon. Remember what it was like at Penn? I'm going to ask Paula Scanlon, have things changed that much now that we're seeing this uproar with the WNBA? She, of course, had to swim against Leah Thomas, among other things. Dom's Money Melody, too, for a big prize today on Talk Radio 1210.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Squeeze. Tried, tested, and Trixie's. 53 years of songwriting live. With special guest Adam Ant and Leon Tilbrook. Friday, August 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Squeeze. Tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Squeeze Live.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Well, Paula Scanlon is a decorated swimmer, activist, very articulate spokesperson, competed against Leah Thomas, and to the best of my knowledge is one of the few people have gotten the silver keg at Johnny's Mulligans at the shore. Johnny Z's Mulligans. To block the parking space. There's no higher honor. You know, the Congressional Medal, the Oscar. You get that, he only rolls that out. I think he keeps it in a concealed area there and
like the
rolls
Stanley
that
Cup.
out.
You got to take it out with gloves.
Yeah, gloves. That's exactly right. He has a team
the whole
out
time.
there. Imagine some dope backing into that might happen.
Ooh.
Banned for life, if that. Let's go to Paula Scanlon to see what she's thinking about today on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paula, welcome back. How many years has it been since you first competed against Leah Thomas?
Yeah, oh my gosh. It started back in 2021. So I guess we're 5 years into this entire discussion for me, which is really, really crazy to think about. And it's been an interesting ride for sure.
Well, Paula, I asked you that because to see where we are, obviously, we've made tremendous progress on it. I look at this in a way that we're winning, but it is a slow thing politically. That's not a bad thing because this issue will not go away. So do you feel 5 years people have moved forward on this?
I think we've made a lot of progress. I mean, what I look at is we have more than half the states in this country individually at the state level putting in legislation saying enough is enough. We have the IOC putting in the same policies, right? The IOC came out and said no to this. USA Swimming, where this happened to me, also put in something that said, okay, you have to transition before the age of 12. I don't really believe in that, but at least that's a policy, right? We look at a lot of leagues that have stepped in and done the right thing. But that being said, there's still a lot of work to be done. We still don't have a federal law on the books. We have an executive order, which is wonderful, but we can't pass it through the Senate. It's passed the House. So there are things to look at, but I will say, yes, the progress is definitely there. And the fact that Sophie Cunningham and female athletes on the WTA have spoken out in agreement with what I've said, I did not imagine that ever would have happened 5 years ago. So I really do think we're in the winning position here.
Yeah, and we're seeing more and more of it, although not some of the biggest female athletes. I'm not sure if they're afraid or they just don't see anything that helps them personally. Because when you were at Penn, Paul, one of the things we talked about a lot, I'd have some of these callers, and you've heard this before, say, well, why didn't you women just stand up and say, no, we're not going to do this? And as we understand it, they were threatening, particularly with the internet, your name would be out there forever, and you would not be able to succeed in life for the rest of your life.
That's exactly right. That is what we were told, and that's probably what they keep trying to do to many of these professional athletes. But the reality is the majority of people are on the same page, and because people have started to speak out, they've encouraged even more voices and more voices and more voices. that people feel like they can do that. And Sophie Cunningham, in particular, right, is in a position in a very left-leaning league, the WNBA, and feels that she can speak out because there's support from other people who have spoken out and also support from fans and young athletes that look up to her and parents and just everyone across the country that really agrees. And I think what confused me the most about all of this is I thought my opinions were very unique and different, and I was made to believe that I was the only person who thought what I thought. And then I went around the world and I lived my life, and I realized it's not even political. The majority of people I come across are in complete agreement with what we all know to be true. Men and women are different, and if we're going to have women's sports, it needs to mean something, and that's meaning that it's only for women.
And you know what was particularly glaring with this, Paula? This wasn't some guy, say, 5'9", 5'10". Well, this is a 6'4" guy parading around. It's just making it more and more obvious. Wanted to ask you, too, I don't know, I don't remember them saying this about you. But we played on Friday when the two men announced that they're going to be trying out for the WNBA. These women who do a pretty big podcast for The Athletic, calling Riley Gaines a losing swimmer.
You know, that's what they always try to say with this. And Riley's a good friend of mine. I talked to Riley a couple of days ago. We probably talk at least once a week about various different things in our lives. We're just good friends and wonderful friends, actually, thanks to this issue. So that's another positive I'll give about the fact that we've started this journey. But that is what their argument always is. And Riley is an NCAA top athlete in the country. She is someone who is so accomplished at swimming. I was even blessed and grateful that she would even give me the time of day. That's how good she was at swimming. And people do not think that and can't wrap their head around that because you always have to be a loser if you're complaining. And I think that that's the sad part about this. And even if you're bottom of the league, if you get bumped out by a male athlete, you are still deserving to be a spot higher. So it has nothing to do with how good you are or what place you finish. Men shouldn't be in women's sports, and they shouldn't take the opportunity from other women. And that seems to be the default argument always. And if that's the best they got, then it shows me that they can barely defend their own stance.
We're talking with Paula Scanlon. Paula, we had Jennifer Say on today, and she went past it a little bit, but I went back. As they meet to try to define what a woman is for the purposes of the WNBA, she said they might try some kind of hormonal argument. You know, if you don't have, you lessen your testosterone and all that type of stuff, then you should be able to compete. If they do that, that is reducing the differences here just to hormones somehow or another, both completely ineffective, but philosophically diminishing to women.
It 100% is diminishing to women. You're exactly right about that. And I looked at it, you know, I'm no scientist. I never wanted to study biology. As they say, you need a biology degree to understand what a man or woman is. Well, first off, I understand the difference and I don't have one. But I've gone down and tried to do the research on all of this once the conversation started in my life 5 years ago. Actually, more than that, 7 years ago when I first found out Leah would be joining our team. That was back in 2019. And I looked into everything. And yes, hormones, absolutely something that makes men and women different. But the reality is men and women have many more differences than just hormones. And to list a few, men have higher bone density, and men on average are taller and stronger, and the build of their knees. Men and women have different knees, believe it or not.
Yeah,
really wild
let's
facts
stay
I've
on
learned.
that too, Paula. You're swimming, probably not as many, but the number of female basketball players or soccer even, the knee difficulties, ACL and all the rest of that, it's enormous.
Exactly. And also, there's reasons why in many of these sports there's adjustments between the men and women's sports. So that alone shows that there is vast differences between men and women. And from my understanding, the women's basketball is smaller than the men's basketball.
It is.
So this is, it's not even the same sport. And you're saying, oh, it's fine if a man just wants to come and play it. I mean, I think that just shows that the science is on our side on this, that men and women are different, right? Even the way these sports have been set up, but yet nobody wants to have that conversation. And it's turned into a really sad situation. And what I see with the WNBA is just how bad their leadership is to put them in a position that they're continually being publicly embarrassed by this, whether it's male athletes that are able to declare into the draft or all this other off-the-court shenanigans that's happening. It's just embarrassing, and the only people that lose are the real athletes who are playing, and I think that just shows me that they're terrible leaders. And I saw bad leadership when I went through this at Penn. I saw bad leadership at the NCAA that put us all through this back then, and we just see bad leaders in the sports world not willing to stand up and do the right thing here.
Absolutely. Paula, where are you now? What are you doing now? What activities, in addition to your career, what's Paula Scanlon up to?
I've been, working on a few things with this. Sometimes I'll write articles over on X if people are interested in those. But I've been doing a lot of work with the American Principles Project. I'm a senior fellow over there, and they've done wonderful things really to advance this issue, to advance protecting children and protecting families. I think that's something I'm grateful for. And really, why I started my work was thinking about the next generation of female athletes, and that's really why we should all be doing this. It's about the next girls who look up and want to become pro basketball players or whatever it is, and they see what's happening here. We have to stand up for them, and so that's something I've gotten to work on, and I will continue to work on that as well. And I think, again, we need to think about these young girls who look up to us, and we need to have better leaders at every single league in this country.
Absolutely. Paula, where do we find you on Twitter?
I'm just Paula Y. Scanlon on Twitter.
Well, Paula, thank you very much. Thanks. Say hello to Riley for us, too. And the two of you are a dynamic duo. Thanks for the great breakthroughs here.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to talking to you guys soon.
Paula Scanlon here, the honor of the silver keg. Biggest honor. I didn't ask about Olympic gold medals, and I'd rather have the silver keg.
Exactly right.
When I saw it out there that day, last year, I guess it was amazing.
The sunlight bouncing off.
The sunlight bouncing. Johnny Z really knows what he's doing. Yes. All right. 855-839-1210. So moving the story forward a little bit, which we try to do, Jennifer saying today, the woman with the clothing, example, Levi Strauss and all, they're going to go potentially hormonal as a way to kind of buy time, get out of this, make up some mumbo jumbo. And I'm wondering if people are going to say, this is what we're reducing men and women to here, just testosterone. And you'll need to take all this stuff to get your testosterone level to this. And then you might be able to play, to buy time. I think that would be probably the dumbest thing they can do in the sense of addressing the issue, but smart politically, because if they put the flag up and say, yeah, there are differences, and just say we made a mistake, that's not going to work now. They've dug themselves in too deeply, I think. It's the right thing to do. It's the only realistic thing to do to get out of this. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right. Wow. This is a long additional info. It's longer than the info.
Yeah, we might just take that once this week and call it an air check.
Right. Today, you'll have won 2 tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp public practice presented by Blue Cross on Tuesday, August 25th, 6 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. This event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. For tickets, more information, visit PhiladelphiaEagles.com/public practice. This is that big deal of the year where the Eagles draw almost as much as these other teams do for a real game. Easy layup, get the right answer, and you're gone off to a good night. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for that all-time famous photograph, and I got into looking into famous music photographs, and one that really caught my eye was none other than Johnny Cash giving one to the warden at San Quentin State Prison back in 1969. You know what I mean when I say giving one to the warden?
I have a sense, some kind of hand gesture.
Yeah, you know the hand gesture involves a certain finger in the middle.
Okay,
Yeah, so that picture cracks me up. So I decided to go that route today. And you know what? Do a cover of Johnny Cash. And this cover I found of I Walk the Line, I didn't exactly know this actor also had a small singing career at the height of their heyday back in the 60s and 70s. So I want to know the name of this actor who's covering Johnny Cash here today. Something about this actor, definitely cast in a role that is out of this world, and became such an iconic character that his father owned a barbershop when he was growing up, and back at that barbershop, the top haircut would be the same haircut that this actor would have on the show. People would come in and I would go, I want your son's haircut, the same one he has in the show, and they take it from there. So I want to know the name of this actor singing here with an iconic haircut on a very famous show from the 60s and 70s. Let's take a listen. Want to know the name of this out-of-this-world actor that before becoming famous was a cab driver and even got to drive John F. Kennedy by chance? What are the odds of that?
All right. Hit us with that. You're off to the Eagles practice, which is a big night. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you looked at your roof lately? If not, don't wait until fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through August 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the many reasons I've trusted Chapman over the years. They're a GAF Certified Plus contractor. It means they can offer the Silver Pledge warranty, adding up to 10 years of workmanship coverage that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now's the perfect time. Beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Call them today. Get this on the calendar. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends August 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination. Level up your space with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. With home equity, you have lots of options. Complete home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or even pay for school tuition. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, so we have a cover of the classic Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line. Let's hear it.
Very famous haircut and a very famous TV show. Want to know the name of the actor here?
I think Johnny Cash is one of the just performers most underrated of all time. The guy just has performance written all over him.
He's got it.
Yeah, he's got it. Lenny in Ridley. Does Lenny have it? Lenny, what's your answer?
That is Leonard Nimoy, also known as Mr. Spock.
All right. I thought we used Mr. Spock a while back. He's been all over the place there.
Mm-hmm. He's got a hit here and there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've used a different Walk the Line before too, so I was like, oh man, I gotta switch it up here. So
all right, Lenny's the winner. Up close look of the Philadelphia Eagles as they gear up for the start of the 2026 season. 2 tickets, Philadelphia Eagles training camp, public practice. For tickets and more information, visit PhiladelphiaEagles.com/public practice, which is a big deal with them. All right, 855-839-1210. A lot of coverage today in New York to a judge planning to rule on that tax-the-rich scheme of the 2 homes and et cetera. If you remember the list of 20,000 people put out by Mondani. All right, again, I'm heartened. It's pretty, from what I'm told, the midterm convention in Dallas, Mondani, El Sayed, they're going to run on facing down these communists, the anti-fraud stuff that's been out there. We've talked about that, and the trans stuff, and Maha. And RFK Jr. just announced today, over the past year, sales growth of real food outpaced ultra-processed food for the very first time since they've been capturing that, and that Kellogg's, more quickly than we thought, is going to be removing those dyes, artificial flavors, et cetera, from large portions of food. So all that is good. Does the Maha thing, I mean, it was an unbelievable coalition that Trump had in 2024, and Kennedy jumping in was a large part of it. We had some of those people on the Maha movement. I'm not sure. Every little bit helps in the midterms. If that's going to be a flashpoint, those other things I told you, though, are. I don't know if that plays into affordability at all either. The $20 burrito. That's the area where Republicans have to do better. They have to exhibit in the minds of people in each individual race, or at least coming from the top, that they get it, that affordability is a real issue to people right now. And again, if you want to try to do what Biden did and tell them it's not, you know that's a losing strategy. The other issues that are out there are really solid. This fraud stuff, Dr. Oz today, I saw a quote talking about how much of that fraudulent money is going back to unions. Think about it. When we talked about this, was it last week? Beginning of last week, I think. Every time you see these home health care ads now, realize there are millions of people thinking the same thing as you are. Yeah, really, we're buying this. Yeah, really, we should be paying for people to be doing, it could be a family member. And more on the way. They're going to hit a lot more between now and the midterms. Vance is on that. That works. The commie stuff, Mondani's got New York City. This guy in Michigan, though, been saying it all show. This guy is tremendous fodder. I give him credit. He's stepping up to the plate, telling Mike Rogers, 5 debates, buddy, let's go. Trump hits him, and he says, yeah, what about Melania? I mean, this is wild stuff. So, and he's got people in Michigan, Democrats, going after him. So this is going to be something that pops and gets the attention of people. But this WNBA stuff and the trans stuff, despite the best efforts of some to say, why do you guys, the whole litany, people do. It started with Caitlin Clark. Nobody would have paid attention to the WNBA, even though they were increasing number of pretty good players. It all started with Clark, people coming out, more and more people, the following, and then some of the annex this year, and then Cunningham stepping in as somewhat of an enforcer, and then getting nailed the other day. All righty, 855-839-1210. You got a line right now. Hit us with that all-time photo. I think so many really good ones, particularly if it's local. Let's go to Michael in Wilmington. Hey, Michael, good Monday.
Hey, Dom, my good sir, good Monday to you. And sounds like you had another good weekend down at the Jersey Shore. Good to hear
yes, and that marinara issue is not over with Roe, I'll have you know, Michael. I mean, it's just, I hate to go into a restaurant feeling you have to be on guard with everything, but they ask you, what sauce do you want? You think, oh, whatever. It's, part of the thing.
I hear you, Dom. I was going to ask you. I don't know if Gordon Ramsay was back there making that marinara $4 extra.
No, he was making the burritos that Republicans better address. $20. Man. $20.
Yeah, that's outrageous. I'll pass every time on that. I do like a good burrito, but not for $20. You can have it. And for marinara,
I respect it though. But why do you think it's $20? Why do we have a $20 burrito?
Why? I mean, well, first of all, I don't know what place is selling it, but they're probably, I don't know if it's just the whole, when I say mystique, Dom, I mean probably the ingredients, the whole, it's popular. There's probably people in line, and that seems to be a popular thing. Like, hey, I can afford, and I bought a $20 burrito that people are posting online, that it's a big deal. That's my personal
I think opinion. It's Chipotle, right, Henry? That's what my sense was.
Yeah.
Chipotle doing it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Chipotle is like the it place. I mean, they claim they have the best ingredients, but I don't think it's worth $20. I really don't. I think it's way overpriced. I mean, when you look at their ingredients, it's just pretty simple. It's chicken, steak, sometimes shredded pork, beans, a little bit of guacamole, and I think like roasted onions and peppers. Like, no big deal. Like, seriously, no big. It's not like filet mignon and lobster. It's not. I don't get it.
But if it costs $20 and you're hitting, thank God this demographic buying the $20 burrito, I don't think it's going to come out and vote. So that's what I whispered in the ear of Mike Johnson. They're not coming out and voting in the midterms. But the bottom line is you got to exhibit empathy of some sort, that some things are unaffordable for whatever reasons, and not just blow past it.
No, I agree, because you would think, I think a lot of people think that fast food or certain foods like that are more affordable. They're cheaper. But a lot of places that I go just to see these prices for like just a burger, even places like Chick-fil-A lately, God, they are really, really expensive. And just for the simple items, nothing crazy, say with Chipotle. So yes, I would completely agree with you, Dom. Some of this affordability has to be addressed, and there has to be empathy for it as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Dom, my side, the photo that I've always liked, I've always felt to be somewhat iconic recently, is that great picture of Pat Tillman in the uniform with his hair blown like a barbarian with his helmet. That was so iconic of him running that they took before he went off into the Iraq War. I think it was one of his last games with the Cardinals. And they even made a statue of it as well out in, I think, Arizona State University where he played. But it's such an amazing photo. It shows like his freedom, his spirit, his heart. I mean, just with the hair blown in the wind, his full uniform, and he's got the helmet in his hand. It's just such a great photo. It just really epitomized everything about his spirit, his love of the country, the game of football. I always felt it to be a very iconic photo.
Absolutely. Just a great American. We use that too much maybe, but not in the case. I think you give up $18 million back to him, which today, God knows what that would have been.
Man.
Yeah. And they wouldn't put the yellow line that we see on TV to be the red, white, and blue for 1 year for Tillman. I mean, again, I would have gone after put me in charge of going after the NFL. Around the clock, you know what I'm going to be doing. All right. God. 855-839-1210. Coming up, I guess it's Rand Paul, but some other GOP senators released texts from Dr. Fauci's government phone, not his personal phone, his government phone. Remember, that was impounded and then replicated. And these are equally disturbing. It comes back to the discussion that he had in the hearing and what he was actually telling others in these texts, firsthand, real life during COVID. It's like the trans thing. Why go after this guy, at his age, put him in jail? And it's not about that. It's about a reckoning on what happened during COVID and how people suffered, how many people lost their reputation. We had to tag in Bill Devlin with 200 listeners or so around the vaccine. I'll give you a little sampling of that. It's just being released right now of some of the critical areas with Fauci on this and your calls. We're getting into the good ones now. All-time top photo, the photo that moved you, particularly if it's local. 855-839-1210.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This piece is perfect, but I'm just not sure about the color.
Honey, this is Bucks County Estate Traders. They're a one-stop shop with their in-house upholstery service. Their design team can help us customize it to fit our living room perfectly.
Even if I'm thinking bright purple?
Okay, let's talk about this.
Bring your vision to life, however bold it may be. With Bucks County Estate Traders' in-house upholstery service, our craftsmen can redesign any piece on the showroom floor to make it yours. Visit our Hatfield showroom today or click buckscountyestatetraders.com.
This is Mike Quick. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars. PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a point-of-sale system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgrade to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit pdqpos.com.
Weather sponsored by Crystal Cave Park.
The heat wave continues today with a high of 93, still hazy sun and humid. We stay hot tomorrow with a high of 92, but thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. We cool off into the 80s on Wednesday with a high expected of 82.
For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. It's always a cool 54 degrees when you're amongst the stalactites and stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park in nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Love this guy. It's unbelievable. You can play that bumper for the rest of the week.
Right.
All right. Let's see. Let me summarize this, what we have, because this is on the fly. The initial text that people are centering on is Fauci with a whole bunch of medical experts texting a text chain saying things look to be okay for women, remember this big scare, that are pregnant getting the vaccine. But then Fauci in text, the second COVID dose could theoretically be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. So now we have to go back and see what Fauci was saying publicly at that exact moment in time. And I think you know what the debate was. The debate was, did they tell the truth, the full truth, and the whole truth back and forth versus, and the media, remember that last week, who is it that challenged Dana Bash? We had played you that back and forth, really gone hard at this. Was your job to report the truth, or was your job to cover up?
It was RFK, right?
It was, yeah, I guess that's right. It was the RFK. That's right. It was like 21 minutes of it. Yes, RFK Jr. Or was your job to cover this up because of vaccine hesitancy? Now, this takes, a lot of more. Senator Johnson is the guy behind some of this that's been really pushing this. And the Fauci part of this is not about Fauci per se, as annoying as the whole thing was and what we went through. It's about what they were saying publicly, what they were saying privately to each other, and then what the media was doing, who appeared to be in on some of this. So you don't want to be in the media during that period of time telling people stuff about the vaccine that was just conspiracy-oriented. But let me take the low-hanging fruit on this. And the pregnancy thing, I remember, was one of the big issues. The low-hanging fruit with Dr. Marty Makary, when we had him on. Love to get him back on again. I know it fell out of favor of the Trump administration. I love the guy. Remember, he used to come on and we talked about myocarditis with young athletes or kids, males. Let's say in the 14, 15 range. The up and down of that, what should you do? And they still were pushing that. When it became pretty clear, he would talk about this all the time. One of the underlying causes were underlying major illnesses / obesity of the people that died versus the people that would have been protected by it. So we're starting to see in these texts, and I'll have more detail on this tomorrow once we see what they're exactly releasing. The battle over this, with even Fauci conceding that COVID theoretically could be associated, the vaccine, with miscarriage in the first trimester. The thing with kids, and then the extremists all the way down to young children, and then not allowing them in school, the Phil Murphys of the world and whatever, we know what happened here. So this is about we're being accused of wanting to go back and rewrite history. Well, these are the actual texts, 34,000 of them that are involved. So it's going to take a couple days for this to come out. But those are the things that people were weighing. I bet we have thousands of women listening right now, and their family or they themselves were weighing that while being pregnant. Theoretically, Fauci conceded in this one text, could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. I haven't seen the text yet to say what were they saying. And again, it was young males. Sometimes it was world-class athletes who had the side effects. Some of them dropped dead. And it was a time, we go back to this all the time. In the beginning, the first 6 weeks, 2 months, maybe even a little bit after that, it was incredibly scary, difficult to know what to do. Some things that look ridiculous now were not so ridiculous there in the beginning. But then, once we started to know more, the information was often squelched, legitimate information. Legitimate stuff. Dr. Jay Beccaria was on over the weekend with Margaret Brennan on the Face the Nation, whatever it is. And that guy is brilliant. He more than held his own. He was on with us once or twice. You remember Dr. Marty. And Marty was always very balanced on this stuff, wasn't saying wild stuff. So more to be determined tomorrow once I see. But the lead that Fox is leading with is the miscarriage with the second COVID dosage. As I remember it, Henry, I don't know, if you don't have to answer, did you get, no, it's better not to ask you. But I remember that Angelo down the hall at WIP took off the day after he was going to get the second dosage, because we were told the second dosage is where you were going to experience some illness, maybe fairly severe, after it. So Fauci, by talking about the second dosage here, brings all that back to me, the booster, if you will, or the second in the chain that you had to have also. What should they have told women? What should they have put out there? I think the bottom line is you got to be transparent. Well, their argument is if we're saying that, then we're not going to vaccinate enough. This comes back to the same thing again. So this is more impactful than his testimony. 34,000 texts to go through. I think 500 voicemails. I'm surprised they'd be texting on a chain with this, too.
I'm surprised they're leaving voicemails. Who does that anymore?
Yeah, on a government phone, yeah.
Hey,
listen, you didn't get it from me, but Dom Giordano show sucks. Don't go on that show, I'll tell you.
What? I just want to know this voicemails. Like, hey, it's Tony. Like, call me back about the vaccine. You need to talk. Might be some problems here.
Yeah. That's right. If we hear the voicemails, that's even more. That tomorrow, whatever happens, we got to be on this. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Cue theme song. Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
For my answer, the ancient Greeks originated theater and drama, which they represented by two iconic masks. One mask bearing a smile and one mask bearing a frown, symbolizing that mankind's existence on earth will entail both pleasure and pain.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Outside the box. Is there any show in America that has more Greek coverage than his show? We ought to submit this to the Greek government. Send it over to, what's her name, who's the ambassador there, who's partying up a storm.
Guilfoyle.
Yeah. Guilfoyle. I'm sure she'll get the Greeks to listen to it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. It is the lightning round next. If I see anything more on these texts, this seems to be the point of entry right here now. The second COVID dosage could theoretically, Fauci in the text, be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. So remember the fears, remember pregnant women or thinking about getting pregnant during, boy, the complication of that connected to this, unbelievable. 855-839 1210.
For 30 years, nothing controlled my high blood pressure. My doctor, he even said, like, this is crazy. You're a ticking time bomb.
I was doing research in the field of renal denervation. I brought the procedure to Virtua.
I said, sign me up.
His blood pressure went down significantly.
I was playing hockey again in 3 weeks. It's wonderful, actually.
Virtua Health. Solutions for complex heart conditions. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Grow Up Great has supported 10 million kids and counting by helping them discover a love for learning through high-quality early education opportunities. Being curious is in a kid's DNA, and supporting them is in PNC's. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round. Just one note on this, too, for tomorrow. It's pretty clear to me that Fauci saying this in the text, but did not divulge that to the public. That's the critical thing here. This is only the first of many 34,000 texts that we're going to see play out. That's big enough as it is. I mean, it is the way this text, and if we get these voicemails, it's unforgivable. It truly is, and it undermines giving people the truth. Yeah, well, then they're not going to get vaccinated. There's a line here. All that does, that then allows conspiracy theorists, which I attack, to jump in there and make up anything if you're not telling them the truth in this. Once, even if you said it this way, could theoretically be associated with even if you want to state it that way. Do an interview with someone trustful. Just be on somewhere where they let you just calmly state what you're seeing. That's the best way to deal with this. Didn't do it. All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Bill.
Hi there, Dom. Good Monday to you. And I got a side answer.
Sure.
From Live Aid, 1985, JFK Stadium in South Philadelphia. Mick Jagger, Tina Turner doing a duet. It's only rock and roll and I like it. And during that performance, he tears off her skirt. And what a picture that made.
See, that's playing to the bias of the judges. You know how I feel about that. How can you top that?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Yep. I don't think Ike Turner was there playing with the band when Jagger was doing that.
She split from Ike at that time.
Yeah. Henry, you don't remember that? Did you ever see that? Oh, my God.
I haven't, no. I know. We've talked about it on the show.
I mean, Jagger and her together. You're just not seeing.
And they went on tour much later. Yeah. A few years later, they went on tour together.
She eclipsed Jagger in that. She might have done Proud Mary at some point, and it's just,
it is not. But the beginning of the song. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine. I'm not sure.
It had to be. It would have, yeah. Joe in Columbus. He's matching that scene with a scene like this. All right, Joe, good afternoon.
Yeah, I'll leave a little more to the imagination, but I like to refer to you. I would like to refer to you as not the Don of talk radio, but the custodian of talk radio. How's that?
Well, I'm cleaning up the trash here. Sanitation engineer of talk radio, yes.
I'll lay it on as thick as you want, Dom. I support you.
All right, Joe Picosi, I want a custodian badge tomorrow night there, yeah.
And, Dom, didn't I tell you over the weekend, Ennis Cantor is doing exactly what I thought and hoped would happen? No?
Yeah. Well, we Friday. We had it right toward the end of the show. Yeah, exactly.
I just hope to God it catches on. This is great because these people have an agenda with no criteria. So back them into a corner.
Well, the guy with the beard and the wig, the other guy, though, it's a little bit much to me to see the wig with the guy with the beard, the Royce guy. But there we go.
Well, fight ridiculous with the absurd. How's that?
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, the WNBA hairstyles are unbelievable, particularly the woman involved here. And claiming Sophie Cunningham took off my wig. That's fighting words.
Is that a foul if you pull off the wig?
Yeah, flagrant. Yes, I would tell you that. Right. Not getting my hair or yours.
So my side answer is that iconic photo that if you had the poster in your bedroom, other parents came and asked your mom and dad, what's your kid doing there in his bedroom? And the movie was crafted around her and her assets, and that was Raquel Welch in the million years BC.
Absolutely. What say you, Miss Fancy Britches? Oh, God. It was already, that photo was iconic, but then after Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
I don't even consider that, yeah.
Oh, that scene with that. The Earl of Tacony, I can't do it today, Earl, but I know he's got a Hadley story, too, Officer Hadley. Hey, Earl.
Oh, no problem. I'll get to it sometime this week or next week or whenever.
Yep.
It's a 60-year-old story, so it'll hold. Anyway, I'm not going to leave anything to the imagination. My answer is going to be John Lennon and Yoko Ono standing naked together. Now, there's a certain contradiction to that. That photo is from the album Two Virgins, of which they were not. However, seeing them naked like that, you can understand why they were virgins if they were.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Holy moly.
Oh, man. We're going into pinups here. Another pinup. This guy's gone back even farther, and it's not even Bruce. His is coming up. Chef Dave in Oak Lynn. What's yours, Chef Dave?
Oh, my God. That's disgusting. Yoko Ono? Oh, my God. But mine is probably the biggest pinup in 1943, Betty Grable. What a booty she had. Smoking.
Thank you, Chef Dave. All right, we follow those two guys with Bruce in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bruce, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Listen, my what's it called, was a picture, the late, great Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points, and he posed for a picture with 100 written on it. That was for the greatest event that never happened, you know?
Oh, so you don't believe it either, huh?
No, I'm just kidding. I believe it all the way, you know?
Yeah, what is it with this generation? Jack Fritz down the hall, Henry a bit is a denier. This is worse than an election denier. Well, because he scored 100 anytime he wanted to.
Then why didn't he? Why did he have to do it in Hershey?
Because that's where it was, you know? And somebody said Babe Ruth the other day.
Yes,
it
didn't exist.
My God.
Thank you. Greg in the Northeast. Hey, Greg, welcome. What's yours?
Hi, Kirk, Henry, Don. Mine is definitely way local. It's Bobby Clark with his wink and his toothless smile standing beside the Stanley Cup.
Absolutely. You don't want to be near Bobby Clark and the stick. The Russians found that out. Beating the Russians national team was unbelievable. I think the Russians said they weren't going to come out at halftime, and Ed Snyder said, we're not going to pay you.
Yeah, better get back out there.
Only one encounter with Ed Snyder in that movie theater, and all he wanted to know, he was a billionaire, too. How do we get more people into the seats now? That's what he's asking. You're Ed Snyder. How do I know? Let's go to Karen in North Carolina. Karen, what's yours?
Oh, hey, Tom. I'm in the sports theme, too. In 1960, the Eagles won the championship, and there's a famous photo of Norm Van Brocklin standing next to Chuck Bednarik. Bednarik has a cigar. They're in the locker room, and they're surrounded by a ton of people, but their two faces stand out. And this picture is put a lot on the Vintage Philadelphia Facebook page. Now, I know this is for the over 60 crowd, but anyway.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, well, he's got a cigarette, a cigar, and a beer. Bet and Eric. All right.
Nice.
Nicely played. Alan in Hamilton, this is an iconic one. Alan, what's yours?
The photograph on every front page of the country at that time was Jack Ruby assassinating Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, getting right next to Lee. And the thing always, these cops, maybe I shouldn't blame the cop. They're part of it. With the big cowboy hats just standing there. My God, let's take him out in front of everybody. Lee Harvey Oswald. Nothing to see here. All right, who did you like, Kirk?
I'm going to go with Bill from Bucks County with Mick Jagger and Tina Turner.
That was a very good call.
Mhm.
How about
Yes.
yours, Henry?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate, I think, Earl's answer of
course.
John
Yeah.
Lennon, Yoko Ono. And I like Michael and Wilmington's answer of the Pat Tillman running. I think
Yeah,
that is an
that was
iconic
a good sport. Boy, it's a tough call here, Bill. And I'm trying to think in my mind the call versus the other call. I got to go with the Tina Turner today. It's my bias, I admit it. Good night, everybody. No, not yet. Let's put his name into the hat. Phil's Wiley there in Bucks County playing it to the judges, but it is iconic. Okay, afternoon show is next. We're back tomorrow, noon until 3. This Fauci thing is that Fauci was telling people on this chain that, there are risks here and not saying it publicly. Again, think of the times. Doesn't wash, doesn't work. All right, Dom Giordano show, noon until 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google